Hello, Internet. Okay. Just some initial testing and getting things set up, and I guess I'm just going to start just rolling. Is this live? Let's check all the stuff. Yeah, looks like it. Cool, looks like everything's up and running now. Like kind of fidgeting as I get settled into this, I suppose. I guess I can start warming up by explaining what's going on so far. I don't think anybody's watching at the moment, but if somebody checks out the VOD, this should be nice to have some context. But yeah, this is basically the first map for the next episode of Forlorn, which I'm going to tentatively call Wasteland. And this is going to be map 12. So in Forlorn, map 11 is the final like main map, and then map 12 is like a credits, thanks for playing type of map. What I'm going to probably do is begin using UMap info for the next phase of the project, but keeping it CL2. And I will move the essentially intermission map to like the map 33 slot or something. And that'll be kind of like a little intermediate map that separates episode 1 and 2. And then it'll jump into this one, which I think is going to be a little bit more urban themed than episode 1. So I'm going to try to think of some cool Forlorn-esque settings that take place in like a urban city environment. And this is going to be the first map. I'm also going to like reset the difficulty and scope of the maps a little bit, so we'll try to get back to that maybe like fewer than 100 monsters restriction that I had for most of Forlorn. Just to keep the maps much smaller in scale and reasonably digestible in difficulty. A little more accessible than other stuff that I make. So I started this map a couple months ago, I can't remember. Probably not that long after I shared Forlorn, and I think maybe after I got the CAC Awards write-up, I decided I was going to keep working on it. Or I may have already had this in place by then, I don't remember. But I've just sort of casually chipped away at this here and there when I've had some idle time in between other projects, and now I want to put a little bit more attention into this before the next big thing picks up. So I've been adding some things to this over the past week or so, and it's getting close to done. So oddly, I'll be beginning this stream, maybe a bit of a mini series, I don't know, as I have the time and desire to stream. It is a bit weird to start it with a map that's like, let's say, maybe 3/4 of the way done. But at some point I'll be starting a map fresh, and then that'll probably make things a little more interesting. So yeah. So I don't know if it's worth just running through the map so far. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to start mapping and just do what I want to do. So I was working on this area last night before I stopped. And the theme of this is called Municipal Dispatch. So it's just kind of like a staging, like an urban supply depot of some kind. Just to keep it base themed, add in some supply crates and things like that. And we're just going to be, casually fighting some mid-tiers and hit scanners and imps and things like that. And not really doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. Cold and rainy day. Yeah, it is summertime. Like last week it got up into the 90s, which I think is earlier this week it did, which is somewhere around 35 Celsius, give or take. Just depending on which side of the pond you're on. And so we had some rain that brought in some cooler weather, and now it is uncharacteristically cold. When I let the dog out this morning, it was like 58 degrees Fahrenheit, which I think is probably somewhere around, if I had to guess, 15 Celsius. Try to do the conversion off the top of my head. I have a general rubric. It's when converting to Celsius from Fahrenheit, or to orient around the temperatures, it's like how does it go? 0 is freezing, 10 is not, 20 is pleasant, 30 is hot. It's more or less served to you, all right? So, yeah, I'm trying not to make too complicated of a level. The first map I made for Forlorn was literally like, I think, a 2-hour speed map. And then as the project got further and further along, that started to become less and less of a thing. This is not equivalent. And I want to return to that a little bit. I would like to have just a series of maps that I make in a much quicker turnaround that just require a lot less effort and are not nearly as stressful to make. And that includes the type of texturing you do and everything else, the type of geo you make. Not overly detailing everything. So how do I want this map to end exactly? Zelgados, welcome. Which it's what, Sesamia on other stuff, Discord and Doomworld and stuff. I want to return to vanilla with limits after I finish a particularly large boom map. Yeah. Making large maps is exhausting. And it typically crosses the point where I'm like more relieved to be done than I am like satisfied with having made something. Yeah, I this isn't like me realizing that, by the way, Zelgados. I was just trying to rack my terrible memory for your username because, I also respect the fact that we don't interact too often. So names for me are like out of sight, out of mind in a major way. It's very easy for me to forget names when I don't use them that often. I don't know what I'm doing with this. This is like idle noodling right now. It's kind of the whole deal with this being a chill stream, is I'm just gonna take it easy and not worry too much. Hopefully. It's easier said than done. One thing that is definitely an imperative for this project is that episode 2 needs to be a little divergent from episode 1. Yeah, see, stuff like this, I find it personally a little ugly looking, but... Odyssey length maps come naturally to me. My only complaint is that my annual output is 1 map per year. Yeah, that's... It is... I do think it is a skill that you have to develop to make maps more efficiently. A lot of it has to do with, like, kind of telling yourself no, I guess, in a weird way. It's like you need to know when enough is enough, or when to call it quits, or when to keep things a little more simple. I'm like noticing all these things that are not perfectly equidistant, and I want to make sure they're all fixed. So let's see, is that 256 now? Yeah, let's bump it up one more. 256, and that's going to change the alignment of this back to where it was. That's totally fine. Okay. Which, I mean, if you enjoy the process of making really long maps, and you know, you're not like beating yourself up over the fact that you make long maps and it takes a while, you know, if you're getting enjoyment out of it, then I'm not saying you should endeavor to change it. But if you do feel like, as a mapper, you struggle with knowing when to call it quits on stuff, then it is not a bad idea to practice speed mapping, or to start thinking about what kinds of artificial limits you need to impose. I think I was describing it during the previous stream as I was... God, another thing that's not equidistant here. That's when none of this stuff lined up properly. Is breaking your map down into like discrete pieces of content or deliverables, or however you want to phrase it. If you're thinking of like more of a project management type of thing, where you actually sit down and you think about like, all right, what does the key path entail? The key path is, let's just say we're coming out from the main hub and we've got 2 encounters, and then the key acquisition itself is the 3rd encounter, and you know, we start breaking it down. Is it a medium encounter? Is it a large encounter? Things like that. And realizing like, oh, you know, if I make this 3 encounters, it's gonna double the length of the map. So I need to make it less than that. You know, you start thinking about it in terms of that, and that is, I'd say, a pretty decent tool at beginning to rein in scope a little bit. But it takes a lot of practice, and really all it boils down to is self-discipline. Or not all of it, but that's a big component of it. Oops, no, I want to keep that. Even if I'm not looking at the title or the song information, I can like almost immediately clock a Corp MIDI when you hear a guitar passage like this. So I'm not really sure what the conclusion of this map is going to be. Some kind of interesting encounter. But basically it starts out... has a brief sort of quiet exploration period where you start at the bottom of this area, you get a shotgun, you explore a little bit of an abandoned base with some locked doors, you find the switch to open everything, that sort of opens all the monster closets and the progression doors all at once. There's a little bit of a skirmish where you can equip the chain gun and some armor and stuff. And then eventually you make your way outside to here, which is kind of like a little courtyard area. And I think that the rest of the map beyond this is going to be pretty small, so there's not going to be a whole lot of map left to make from here. So with any luck, I'll finish this up pretty quickly, and then I'll start working on the next map. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Which I have no idea what it's going to be yet. I think this is one of my favorite Jimmy songs from Back to Saturn X. I'm also going to be spending some time, during this process, kind of like feeling out the vibes for episode 2 of Forlorn. As I was describing at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to move the setting to a more urban type of environment. But I don't just want to make city levels that are just, boxy, skyscraper-looking buildings over and over again. I want to keep that sort of industrial decay vibe from the first episode intact, while refreshing it a little bit more with an urban vibe to things. That is to say, I don't exactly know how I plan to accomplish all that yet. That's my objective. So just feels like a door type of situation. I don't really know what else I'm doing. Okay, so the whole doorway just needs to be smaller no matter what I do. Let's do this. This sounds like a Dream Theater breakdown. Like there's a specific Dream Theater song that this kind of reminds me of. I can't remember which one it is, but I'm pretty sure Jimmy is a Dream Theater fan, so it would not surprise me if he took some notes from their music. No pun intended. Not talking about music notes, like academic notes. I like how one of the best metal textures in the vanilla set is on a texture called wood. What's Team Waffle House and how do people join it? So it is it's just the name of our mapping group. It is, similar to the Squonker team or the Afternoon Crew, or, even more, I guess, traditional stuff like Team TNT, similar sort of vein. I think we just named it after our first project, which was the Waffle House project. And it is essentially an invitational sort of thing. So not that we intend to be exclusive, but we basically will release a project and then we'll start thinking about like if there's any other mappers in the community that we think would be cool to work with. And, then we invite them in, as long as it's not like a thing where we like formally hold a vote. Like this isn't, ingesting someone into like a fraternal society of some kind. But we do, briefly discuss it a bit as a group. So but it basically came from when we were all working on Doom 2 and City Only. And I think MyOlden started to realize that there were quite a few people from that project that he wanted to work with on a more ongoing capacity. And at the same time, there was a bit of like memeing about Waffle House and stuff. So we just kind of picked that up as a sort of informal name, and then it sort of stuck after we made our first project. Kind of like when the band releases their self-titled album. I wouldn't mind being indoctrinated into a Doom mapping cult. I don't know, man. Cults, as much fun as it would be to be involved in a social arrangement oriented around mapping. Cults are just not something that I would vibe with. You know, you gotta give up all your money and autonomy, and most of the time there's like, you know, sexual related stuff going on. It isn't something I jive with too much. And, you know, the whole possibility that you might get poisoned, or, you know, everybody jumps in a volcano and a Hale-Bopp comet flies by or whatever. I don't know what it would be like. We're all like, our mapping cult is we're all like waiting for the day that, you know, MBF 30 comes along, or we're all waiting for, you know, Sunlust 2 to release, and that's going to be our religious moment. I don't know. What would be like the tenets and strictures of a mapping-based religious cult? That would be interesting to think about. This is not perfectly symmetrical. It kind of bothers me. This is all vibe mapping. I have no idea what I'm doing yet. This MIDI reminds me of Night Bats by Clem. I have to go back and listen to that one. I don't think there's most MIDIs I don't know off the top of my head just based on their name alone. Oh yeah, the koto, or whatever that is called, or how you say the word out loud, I should say. I always think that like these pizzicato strings are what kind of make me think of more like traditional MIDIs. Or like Heretic or something. Or Blood. It's very spooky. I haven't hidden any secrets in this map yet. I haven't really thought much about that. Probably should, though. At least like one or two. Well, I guess that's fine. Let's see. The crate top. Chill doom mapping as opposed to speed mapping. Yeah, just doing what I want. Not really worrying about time limit. No more having egg on my face after I talked shit about the quote-unquote generous time limit for the telemap, and then didn't even finish everything I wanted to do within the time limit. I usually put secrets as I go as opposed to thinking about them afterward. You know, I wish that I could do that more consistently, because I agree that secrets are better when they are like cleverly integrated, and the lamest secrets are the ones where you're just like, oh, I just humped the wall and I found this stuff, I guess. Cool. Congratulations. I accidentally found the secret. The best ones are when it's like, oh, there's an area that I can see. I have no idea how to get to it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go to it. And then you try to unravel the puzzle of how do you get the secret. But unfortunately, I'm not always the best at planning that kind of thing. So when I get to that point, I'm like, oh shit, I should put some secrets in this map. Now that said, I do feel like I've put some pretty cool secrets in maps at times. It's just something I struggle with somewhat. Try to make my secrets subtle but noticeable. Yeah, I mean, the best ones are ones where it's like, cause what's like the purpose of a secret, right? Like, I guess if you want to overanalyze it, there's like some psychology at play. You know, there's like a little bit of that, like probably that dopamine response when you find a secret, that like sense of achievement. And it's, you know, functionally there to reward the player for being interested in exploring the level. So if you make a level with some stuff in it and you want to incentivize the player to actually engage with like what's going on in this level besides like where are all the monsters I need to shoot, you know, so there's like a lot of that like sort of reinforcement and stuff going on. So if you're thinking about it in those terms and like what's the best way to implement secrets, it's like I want there to be a sense of achievement when the player discovers the secret, so that it needs to feel like something that they could have been capable of discovering and they didn't just find it by like some sheer accident. Which also kind of paves the way for conversations about, you know, when it makes sense to put like an easy to find secret in, and you know, when do you vary the difficulty of finding the secrets? I don't know what I'm doing here. You can see I've already just sort of like absently flipped between multiple different things already. That's just kind of how I map sometimes. Whatever keeps the momentum flowing. Nice with another mapping stream. Yeah, just it is legitimately just like a cold and kind of lame Saturday, so I figured, you know what, why not? Let's just chill, listen to some good Doom midis, work on some Doom projects. If somebody needs to body double, this is your excuse. Maybe you need to work on a map. So this is like a little mapping jam. We can do that. All right, I'm gonna get rid of these. It always bothers me if I like accidentally make a space without any sort of like logical lighting to it. I've noticed a recent propensity to use like wall lights or light fixture decorations, and I'll like sort of forget about ceiling lighting, so my maps won't be like oriented on the grid to allow for the ceiling lighting to work, and then I'm just kind of like bummed out about it. I don't know. So, wait, what? Why did all these? Okay, that's weird. So these have always been textured. Like, these are things I textured quite a while ago in the mapping process. Why did they lose their texturing? That's very weird. I distinctly don't recall coming to these things and getting rid of the texture. And I have not manipulated these spaces. That's very strange. Okay, that's really weird. Am I planning to return to ramp at some point? Well, I guess it is flattering to know that my absence has been missed, or my presence has been missed, I guess I should say. I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not really... Ramp is fine, but I think for where I'm at and sort of my mapping, man, I don't want to sound like an asshole. Not like I'm beyond ramp. Like I'm not being disparaging about it, but I just don't know that I don't really know that it's my thing anymore. I do appreciate it, for having... Okay, this is kind of annoying. I might skip this one. It's like really irritating in my ear. And hey, Nick, 1514. Hope you're doing all right. But yeah, I'm just not... I guess it's just maybe more fair to say I just haven't really felt the call to participate in ramp really since the first time I did it. I always have stuff going on. Like the past several summers, I've had tight mapping deadlines as well, and either between personal projects or Doom 2 and Rule only last year, and the different things that we've got cooking at Waffle House. If I didn't have anything else going on, I might be more receptive to it. But I tend to have my plate pretty full these days, so... That barely matters. I don't know why I did that. I tried working on a map today, but had that blank canvas syndrome. Watching other people map is weirdly motivating. That's good. I find sometimes I'll go back and listen to some old Dean of Dune episodes. Dean of Dune? That'd be a fun series. The Dean of Dune. The spice must flow. I'll go back and listen to Dean of Doom episodes sometimes when I want to, sort of re-engage my interest in Doom. If I've been feeling a little bit, removed from it recently. So I kind of get what you mean there. But there's a few things you can do about blank canvas syndrome. You can look at artwork. That's not a bad idea. Just especially if you're like, what's like a theme I want to work on? Well, I know I want to work on something science fiction in space, but I can't really think about it. Think about like a area or an idea, oh, this could be cool if it's like the financial district or whatever, and then literally just Google science fiction concept art cyberpunk financial district, you know what I mean, something to that effect. You can look at things like that, or you can sort of try to fixate on points of interest, or I like to call them monoliths. So what's a good example of something that I would consider monolithic without referencing my own work? I'm trying to think of something notable from, maybe the big old heaven structures in that Eve Eternity 1 map. I think it's Tristan's map, where it's got the giant chains connecting all the buildings together. You think about maybe the idea of the buildings and the giant chains came first, and the level sort of came around it. So figuring out if there's any sort of particularly monolithic structures you want to put in, or points of interest that the map is going to sort of orient around, or start by thinking of gameplay setups. So maybe I want the map to be centered around the super shotgun, and so you start thinking about a room that's going to sort of embody that. I don't know. There's a little bit of different things you can sort of do to kind of stoke the creativity. Do I have any mapping crutches? Do you mean things that I rely on maybe a little bit too consistently? Because the answer is definitely yes. Pipe Wall 2 is probably one of my big ones. I love Pipe Wall 1 and Pipe Wall 2. I use that as a big filler texture a lot, which is actually one of the reasons it's absent in this map. I'm not using it. Kind of like how I almost always put a knee-high maze in my maps. Yeah. I will say that especially if I've made multiple maps in a row recently, I'll try to go back and think of like what were some of the things that I leaned on consistently, and then try specifically not to reincorporate those things into the map. So it's like, I don't know, let's just say, you know, one map has a fight that culminates in you, like, let's just use my previous tele map for an example. So one of the blueprint fights is you jump into that pit, that small enclosed pit of hurt floor with the rocket launcher, and you have to fight off tele spam from one side, while occasionally the telephone turret monsters will, you know, pop up on the periphery. And so if I do something like that, I will try consciously not to do that again in another map, at least for a little while. You know, something similar to that. Because I do think that you eventually start recycling ideas, even if you, you know, more or less remix them. You still, like, end up, like, recycling ideas a lot. But, yeah, texture-wise, Pipe Wall 2 is one. I noticed that a lot of people tend to use Support 3. This is like one of the most flagrant examples in my opinion, that like, especially if you're just using vanilla textures, but even so many custom texture sets tend to have variants of Support 3, something that looks like it. And people constantly use that as like a border texture on everything. So anytime two walls meet, or anytime there's a door, or anytime the texture changes, it's like the only thing that they use is Support 3, or whatever the variants that looks kind of like it. And I'm not here to pass judgment on those people, but I think in my effort to strive to differentiate my maps to some degree, I don't avoid it specifically, but I do pay attention to how much I use it. Honestly, same thing with crates in general. I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I think crates in video games are kind of like an easy excuse to have barriers. So, like, you know, because you think about, like, combat spaces. Like, let's be a bit reductive about this. So, like, one of the criticisms of, you know, the third-person cover shooter from Gears of War all through, like, let's just say, maybe about 8 years ago when, you know, it started to drop off in prominence, one of the most consistent criticisms you see is, like, I know when I'm entering an arena because everything in the area is you know, waist high, and so I know that these are all like you know, cover options for me, and that I'll be using these during combat, so it immediately tips your hand that this is a combat space. And I personally think crates do the same thing. I mean, granted, in Doom it's like there's almost nothing else that you're doing except for running around shooting things, but I feel like it's an artificial way to, like, break up the flow of a space. So if you're like, you know, you've got a big open courtyard area and you're like, ooh, I don't know what to put in here. I want to have some arch files and there's nothing to break up line of sight. I'll just put a bunch of crates in there. I personally try to avoid using crates unless the map theme specifically is like, this is a storage area, this is a depot. Did I ever watch Spider-Man the animated series from the 90s? No, I never did, actually. I was more into Batman the animated series. But I'm trying to think of other things that I like to do. that I would consider my crutches. There's definitely things that I do musically that I consider musical crutches. The way that I like structure songs and build layers, I tend to do similarly across multiple different compositions. But I do think it's very helpful, and it's not necessarily mandatory. Like, it depends on how seriously you want to take mapping. If you just want to crank out a bunch of maps and you don't really care if you're doing the same thing over and over again, I don't think you should stop on account of I'm over here talking about philosophically why I don't do that. But personally speaking, I think it can be very helpful creatively to just identify your patterns or your comfort zones, and then establish means to challenge those things from time to time. Even if it feels like pulling teeth to some degree, because there's a few times where you're like trying to force that you want to do something different, right? And so you're like, I'm purposefully not going to do X, Y, or Z, and then you're like, man, this just feels kind of arbitrary because it would make so much sense to do X, Y, and Z right now, and I'm not allowed to do it because of this rule that I made up. But I think if you can get past that, it can be very, very helpful in just keeping things interesting and forcing yourself to step outside of your boundaries. I too watch Mount Pain 27. I don't know why anybody listens to that guy. His opinions are all bogus. The fact that he didn't give Back to Saturn X episode 2 a D just kind of proves that he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's sarcasm, by the way. I'm just making light of that situation that was very unfortunately contentious around the time that episode came out. A lot of people were not happy with his opinion and the way he phrased it. What am I doing here? So the name of this... So I do... Especially with Forlorn. Forlorn is a little bit more like quote-unquote realistic. In that, like, I definitely tried to make sure that the levels, like, were a specific space that could theoretically exist. Even if the map was a little bit more abstract, I wanted it to have a quote-unquote purpose. So this one is Municipal Dispatch. So yeah, it is basically kind of like a supply distribution sort of area. Thinking like thematically of like what Forlorn episode 2 might have, rather than just being a straight city. Like maybe there's some element of military occupation at play. So this could be like a sort of forward operating base type of thing. But what I'm trying to figure out is like how this map sort of ends and where it could potentially transition into another map. I always thought he was too harsh on the Nova 1 maps. Fuck, I do use support 3 variants a lot. Yeah, see, the thing is, once you start noticing it, you'll notice it everywhere. And again, it's totally fine if your main objective is to just like have fun, make some maps. I don't want to take it too seriously. There's no reason to make it more than it needs to be. Then keep on keeping on. I'm not here to tell you to stop. But if you are interested in looking at ways that you can say, wait a minute, that is something that I do consistently and I want to challenge it. Support 3 is just like a huge low-hanging fruit. I've just noticed so many people use it all the time. I'm trying to remember the Nova 1 episode. Sector vehicle in Long Road. Yeah. I've thought about something to that effect. They're one of the maps in Forlorn is like it ends in a tram station, which is always an easy transition. Again, that would be one of those things where you're like, if you have any crutches, it would be, have I ended multiple maps by you getting on a tram to go to the next area? And if the answer was yes, then I would say I want to figure out a way to change that. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if I've even played Nova 1. That was around... I know that I played Nova 2. around the time I got back into Doom, I was playing a lot of Project Brutality and stuff, and just kind of burning through Megawads. And I know that Nova 1, maybe, but Nova 2 definitely was one that I played through with that mod. But that was well before I really had a lot of concept for mapping standards and what was like a noob map and what was a more serious map. I was just like, let me just get some content to play. I could overboard it and make that the whole map set gimmick. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think I want to really go that route with this kind of thing. But I'm also acknowledging the fact that if I want something that's a little bit more urban, a city's just going to have a lot more like wide openness to it. And especially if I want it to feel like you're traveling a decent amount of ground, I'm not going to be able to accomplish that with bite-sized Doom maps. So, that's a rule that may have some fungibility to it. I'm not totally sure. That's the other thing too, is that like sometimes I decide that I'm gonna adopt specific strictures or rules for a particular map or map set. And I do think that there's times where I decide that like it makes sense to break the rule, to diverge from it. Yeah, vehicles are definitely tough to make. I'm not good at doing it. If you want to know who I think is like one of the best people at making vehicles, probably CBM. I think he has an incredibly artistic eye for making interesting looking sector vehicles. Okay. I'm kind of like stalling. I like go back and detail these other things as I'm getting a little distracted. But I know this doesn't have to be super complicated. This is like the intro map to episode 2, and again, I'm like kind of resetting the difficulty a little bit, resetting the intensity. The MIDI itself is a lot more upbeat than any of the other songs in Forlorn. I'm not going to dive into like the super dark, ominous overtones until further into this second episode, at least the second map. So, I don't have to do anything crazy here, but like what would be a good exit for this? I'll think about it a little bit. CBM won an award for making sector vehicles in Jimmy's contest. Well, I intentionally gave him a write-up for his Doom Cute when we made our Waffle House Awards, the Ego Awards, because it's just so impressive. But that's cool to know that he got separately recognized by Jimmy. I did skim that awards thread, but I didn't really internalize any of the information, I guess. I did think about making a map for that, but to be honest, I just had way too much on my plate. And I was a little bit burnt out from crunching on finishing up some of my maps for Sewer Lust, so it was like, all right, I don't want to enter another competition. I don't want every map that I have on the docket to be like a compulsory, like I'm making it for a project or for a deadline or for a community event. So I recognize when I'm getting close to hitting my limit for that and make sure that I don't sign up for things that I don't want to actually participate in. All right, I'm going to get up and use the restroom real quick. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, 49 minutes. Okay. Well, that's a little early for a pee break, but it is what it is. So we'll keep the music running. I'll be back in like 2 to 3 minutes. See, that wasn't too long of a break. I think, so just jumping back into things, I think part of the reason I'm not completely sure how to end this map is I don't know what the next map is. So that might be something I need to think about a little bit. And maybe, I don't know, maybe even it would even be worth starting on the next map a little bit. Especially if I did want to have some sort of continuity between the two. Teleporter. That is a thing that I avoid teleporters a lot. Really, the only time I use teleporters is for like getting back up to something. Very rarely do I implement a teleporter to take you to an area that you haven't been to yet. But so, if you haven't played Forlorn, which, you know, I'm talking like people are familiar with it, but for anybody who is not familiar with it, the maps more or less all connect to each other. So I kind of wanted it to feel, I think when I started the project, I was thinking of like a little bit like Half-Life, a little bit Resident Evil, from some of the vibes. And so I knew that I wanted it to have that sort of like unbroken journey kind of feeling that Half-Life does. Although, you know, you can't accomplish that in Doom if you have a bunch of different levels, but like the first level you fall into a pit, second level begins at the bottom of that pit in front of a door, third level is you're at the top of the elevator from the end of from map 2, etc., etc. The only time that you really skip distance in that is the map that ends by you getting on a tram, and then the next map begins by the tram stopping at a breakage in the tram line. But it's all very clearly like connected to one another. And I think that was a big part of the charm of episode 1, was just, that's always fun when Doom maps do that. And I don't want to sacrifice that because I'm having trouble having ideas. I think it's one of those things where I should embrace the fact that I'm not confident yet but accept that I should hopefully have a good idea at some point and trust the process. So maybe until then I'll just continue to stall by making random fixtures. I don't know. Helps the world building and sense of place. Yeah. You know, I think it can't be overstated how much abstractness is sort of baked into Doom's vibes. And so I think that, you know, it totally makes sense if you don't want everything in Doom to be super abstract. You know, I think there's a lot of charm in realistic levels for sure. But you can get away with making things more abstract. But, you know, I think that it also is very charming in Doom when things are abstract, so. This is limit removing, so CL2, so I'll only have access to, you know, vanilla functionality, but I'm not really going to worry about things like draw segs and viz planes. The thing is that I like vanilla mapping. I think it's really interesting. I haven't done it a ton, but I'll probably have a propensity for like making something that looks cool, and then it's, you know, busting the viz plane limit, and I'm like, okay, I'll just put a bunch of pillars. You know, you break up the sight lines by putting a bunch of pillars in there, and it's like, okay, well, that sort of solves that problem, I guess. That's kind of lame, isn't it? So, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but like, I don't know. That's one thing where I'm not upset about having a little bit more creative freedom. I think Forlorn had some fairly large, expansive spaces. And I don't really want to sacrifice that. Okay, so I'm like over here on the side, just Googling like dispatch. And one thing that's like clear to me is I need to have like an area with a bunch of computers in it or something. So it actually looks like a bit of a command center. And then from there, where do we go? Like, the thing is, realistically, a building like this would be like on a property and it would be attached to a road or something. And so the map would technically end with you like going out the front door of this building. So I could always do that where the map ends with you basically going out into the city proper. And then the challenge would be figuring out what the next phase of the city would be. I know that I don't want to make just like a big generic like downtown map, you know, like a Doom 2 map 13. At least I don't think that I do. I won't say, you know, that's just one of those like never say never types of things, but I'm pretty sure I want to make sure that I'm having more like specific things. Like, so instead of it being downtown, it would be like, you know, a particular building downtown. But I don't know. My best creativity definitely comes from just like letting my plans be a bit fluid. So at the same time I'm like trying to hammer things out, I'm also acknowledging I don't want to tie myself down to too many things. I really wish they didn't omit the cool computer screen textures from Doom 1 and the Doom 2 assets. Oh boy, 5 Lorne. I love tech bases because I can throw desks, computers around. This is just regular Forlorn, isn't it? I mean, I'm not totally sure what you're asking or how serious you're being, but this is legitimately like the next episode of Forlorn that I'm working on. That is actually true. That is not a joke of any kind. This doesn't feel like it's going to stay the way that it is. So when I have a point of interest like a door, one thing I don't like to do is like obstruct it. Also, I just realized this is not centered. So anyways, about not breaking up or not obstructing the door, I think what I'll do is I have quite the issue with the symmetry. Yeah, I mean, my natural inclination is to do things symmetrically, but then I'll try to identify it and diverge from it if I notice it and it makes sense. So there you go. There's another crutch. I like symmetry, but I also accept that symmetry doesn't always make for interesting combat spaces. So This is one of the most fuck-ass textures in Doom right here. I just don't understand why this texture was made this way. Like, why does it not tile evenly? How does this make any sense? And there's no way to segment this so that all the sections are even. I don't think. Maybe there is, but it's just so dumb. I also don't like the way that this texture repeats. It's just... Me bending my expensive computer parts to save space. This RAM won't fit in my motherboard. Let me just fucking cram it in there. How do you feel about doorstop? Which one is doorstop? This one? Same, very similar. Very similar. Doorstop looks fantastic. The thing is that, like, the vanilla texture set especially, it doesn't have a whole bunch of really good, like, border textures. I mean, the reason that support 3 is one of the defaults is because it's one of the easiest to actually implement, even though if you don't want to use, if you don't want to segment it into 2 lines with a vertex in the middle, then you need to make it 24 long. If you want to make it a multiple of 16, then you have to use vertexes, or vertices, I should say. You know, but then you think of the other one, was it support 2? Support 2 just is so strange. I mean, even like, it just, I mean, even with no offset, it looks like it's not centered. And then you're like, where do you cleanly divide this texture so that it looks fine? Like, this one is just so weird and ugly, and the fact that it like has this unclean fade, you know, going up horizontally or going up vertically. It's just such a strange texture, even though it shouldn't be that way. So, I mean, you can see I'm using ModWall 4 here for basically the same purpose. But this is not a texture you can just use all the time. This thing looks weird and ugly and out of place in a lot of contexts. But you know what doesn't? Support 3 looks good in almost any place you put it. You can put it in any map theme and it doesn't look out of place. And you can very easily use it almost wherever you want to. So naturally, you're going to see it all over the place. So I'm not here to like judge people who overly rely on it. Because to some degree, it's necessary because the texture set leaves you wanting better textures. But that being said, I think there are things you can do. I think there are ways you can break stuff up without relying on that texture too much. So I just try to go out of my way to do that. Jimmy Tex fixes support 2 and a lot of others. I always map with it. It's basically a vanilla texture fix WAD. Yeah, doesn't that have a lot of, what do you call it? Like patch table remixes too? Yeah, there's LiveTex too, which, yeah, so Sewerlust, which we released back in April, that was all LiveTex. And then some random assets that got thrown in here and there. And while I was working on my sewerless map, I was definitely like, man, I actually really appreciate how much LiveText cleans everything up. Okay, this is getting super loud. Is it just my headphones, or is it now loud on the stream? Like, am I competing for volume on this song? What's loud in my headphones, so I'm turning it down. Turn it down a couple notches. But yeah, LiveText was a nice texture set to work with. Ludi did a lot of good work on that one. The other thing too is, you know, depending on how granular your detailing level is for your particular map, and I do think that there's like degrees that you implement it, right? So like Bacter Saturn X is an example of like a very granularly detailed map set, even though it's vanilla compatible. I mean, you look at every wall, every single wall has like border textures, insets within the insets, lights on the floor, lights on the ceiling, light sectors emitting, you know, light, blah, 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 blah. And then you look at something like Obsidian, and the texturing is actually a lot more pared back. And an Obsidian is a good example where Snaxolotl does not just egregiously use a bunch of border textures. And if you think about it, you don't really need border textures nearly as much as you think that you do. Despite what Ramiro's rules might, you know, pass for, you know, essentially inarguable matter of law, the truth is that I think that a lot of those rules are very permissible to break for a variety of reasons. And you don't need border textures anytime you change textures on a wall, and you don't need to change the floor anytime you change the floor texture or ceiling. That would be a case where just having a border texture is sufficient. So literally just taking the ceiling 5, which is one of my mapping crutches for sure, if I'm mapping in vanilla, and just putting it right here. And then I can change this to anything I want, and it doesn't look out of place at all. This is totally fine. Nobody's going to notice that. Nobody, I guarantee you, nobody, until I say this out loud, and then somebody eventually plays this and they make an intentional fact to do this. But outside of that, nobody's going to run through here and say, wait a goddamn second, these two things change and the height didn't change. Nobody's going to do that. See a cool outside place. So, hold on, let me go back up one more. Support 2 is also made with 6 patches of a single strut. You can make a new texture from those patches in about 2 seconds that tiles perfectly. Oh, interesting. Ramiro's rules are kind of weird and honestly not that good. I mean, they are, I think, in some capacity, but I do feel like they serve a purpose. See a cool outside place, you should be able to get there. I do agree with that. I think that's a good rule to have. I don't abide by it hard and fast, but I think there's usually no downside to abiding by that rule. Let's put it that way. Ramiro said himself, simple rules that for the most part give a consistent, decent look and a readability, but they're definitely not universal. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, you know, I think people hold them almost as sacrosanct because there was an era where YouTube videos, like I think Doom Kid made a video on it where he just sort of talks about it, and it's like, if you don't have any mapping chops or you don't know what you're doing, then they're a great place to start. They give you some ideas for how you can kind of corral the creative process and make sure that you're doing something that, you know, is good or interesting, is consistent. And then, you know, just like with anything else, like, you know, writing, for example, once you know what the quote-unquote conventional rules are, then you start breaking them on purpose because you know when they don't fit the needs of the scenario anymore. Another agreement on the outside areas. Yeah, that's a good one to abide as well, for sure. Rules exist to be broken, 100%. I just start by copying the Casalis. I mean, I think a lot of my early maps beyond, like literally the very first one I did, were a whole bunch of Skillsaw ripoffs. So I totally get what you're saying. And I give that advice to people when they want to know, like, how do I get into making MIDIs? My advice is, well, so MIDI has a lot of weird idiosyncrasies to the composition process. And I think one of the best ways to learn is to literally just take a MIDI that you like, open it up in Sakaiju or whatever your preferred MIDI program is, and just study what it is the composer did. And you start noticing things like, oh, cool, they made a little like triplet pattern here that sounds really good. Or they use this instrument in a way that I really like. And, I mean, I'm not like out there to try to rip people off, but that's where I get a lot of my ideas for compositions from. Or I should say I did a lot early in the process. Like, I think one of the first tracks where I realized how to achieve like a delay effect was the song Mist Proj, which is the intermission track in Back to Saturn X Episode 2. And it has just like a very whimsical, sort of thoughtful sound to it. And Essel Forsham relies on these little arpeggiated patterns that have delay to them that I just really like the sound of. And knowing what I know about MIDI, where, you know, like technically you can implement like reverb and chorus and delay, but like most MIDI playback doesn't support it. So, you know, I noticed that like, wait, well, she managed to achieve a delay somehow, even though you can't like just apply a delay effect to a track. And what I realized is that you literally take a track and you copy it and you offset it by whatever the duration of the delay is, and you take so you copy it like twice. So you take your first copy and you pan it all the way to the left, and you take your second copy and you pan it all the way to the right, and you have the two copy tracks have lower and lower volumes from the main track, and that emulates a delay effect. And it's like, it's literally manually doing what a delay effect pedal does. And I don't know that I would have necessarily discovered that insight on my own if I hadn't looked at how somebody else did it first. I think making MIDI arrangements of existing non-MIDI music also helps you understand the MIDI weirdness. Yeah, for sure. It's just so strange. I really want to get into MIDI, but Sakaiju, I cannot work out how to get it to work with a mini keyboard. Yes, so I have an MPK Mini Mark III, which I really like using. And I also tried to get it to work with Sakaiju, and I could not figure out how to make it work without a delay. And I don't know if you can. I was never able to find any like forum posts or anything else where people were problem solving it. And I kind of came away with the conclusion that it might not be possible. I don't know. Now, granted, my MIDI device is a USB keyboard, so maybe if you had like a dedicated card. I don't exactly know how it used to work, but I assume that there used to be like a MIDI interface on a dedicated sound card. You know, probably back in the 90s, like when, you know, Bobby Prince is composing the Doom soundtrack, because I know he used like he actually played the music. I'm pretty sure. And recorded it. Maybe not. Maybe he didn't, but I thought he did. So I would assume that, you know, we didn't have USB instruments. We didn't have USB. I don't think USB existed at all back then. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's probably there would probably be less latency on a dedicated device. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way. I'm just like mindlessly detailing while I'm chatting. It's kind of therapeutic, so... Did I not just literally do both of these? And what happened? Did I must have Control-Z'd something. I didn't realize it. That's weird. Curse to purchase FL Studio. Oh yeah, totally. Purchase with real money that I take out of my wallet and I give to the people who made it. Yeah, purchase it for sure, 100%. Definitely not acquire it by any other means. So I do actually, I would actually like to transition at some point to maybe making MIDIs in FL Studio, so I can sort of leverage the power of automations a little bit better. Because if you want to do, there's just a lot of really cool stuff. Like, you know how a lot of EDM music, you know, one of the main prominent details of EDM music is like side chaining the bass to the bass kick, so you get that cool ducking effect along the bass line, and you can, you know, essentially automate that in a program like FL Studio, even in MIDI. Like, there's people who can compose MIDIs that achieve those kinds of sounds, and if you wanted to accomplish that in Sakaiju, you would literally be like manually adjusting the volume of the track at every interval that you need to do it. Kaiju looks old as fuck, but I'll tell you what, it's free, and once you know how to use it, it's actually a pretty good program. I won't say it never gets in your way, but I've gotten to a point where I have a comfortable arrangement with Sakaiju. Let's say that. We've worked out a quiet truce. So FL Studio can make MIDIs. It supports you can add a MIDI synthesizer as one of the VSTs, and then you can compose on the piano roll or wherever you want to do it. A DAW, yeah, it's a digital audio workstation. Yeah, FL Studio probably is overkill for most MIDI composition, but if you're familiar with it and you already know how it works, then there's no reason not to use it, I would say. Like, if the thing is, and this is like true with diets or gyms or, you know, anything else, but it's like the best DAW is the one that you know how to use and use consistently. The best diet is the one that you stick to. The best gym is the one that you go to. You know what I mean? Like, because if your objective is to stay consistent and to lose weight or get in shape or whatever, typically speaking, the biggest hurdle is just getting up and doing it every day. So I think the same is true for this kind of thing, where it's like the best one is the one that you use. I don't know if I like this. This is just Critter with rabies. Hello. I will ask you to stay beyond arm's length if you actually truly have rabies. But otherwise, welcome. Pull up a map. Pull up Ultimate Doom Builder if you need to make some mapping. Let's treat this like a little mapping jam. I'll be your body double for the day. Day in the life. Okay, so you bought the exact same MIDI keyboard I have, which I think it's a fun MIDI keyboard. If you play around in the MPC Beats software, you can do a lot of cool stuff. One time I was messing around with a song. Actually, I was messing around on a song that I actually ended up composing as a MIDI, like years later. Interestingly enough. And I was just kind of jamming out on my keyboard with the. I love the pads, the touch-sensitive pads, and in the MPC Beats software, you can set the pads to like a specific scale. So like if your song is in E minor or something, you can set it to the E minor scale, and then like every pad is the correct note in that scale. So you can just you can set up a quick you can set up a quick loop of like a chord progression, and then you can get on your pads on, some like a separate lead instrument, and you can just like jam out. So I just remember, jamming out for like 10 to 15 minutes at a time on the pads, because I didn't have to memorize scales and remember like what the correct notes were, and it's just so much fun. And I tried to. That was definitely one of the reasons that I wanted a keyboard, was to see if I could sort of recreate that in. For my MIDI compositions, but like you encountered, I ran into a substantial delay that I could never figure out how to deal with, and so I just sort of abandoned the idea, disappointingly. But I'm not sure what else there is to do about it, because I never could find out if anybody did figure out what to do. Yeah, I mean, for anybody who would potentially be interested in Sakaiju, I do have a video on my channel that goes into how to use the software. It's pretty old at this point. I've actually been thinking about either making an update to it or trying to make like a speed composition video where I just kind of explain how to use Sakaiju and then I make a quick MIDI. I'm not totally sure if I want to do that. But if you would like to know how to use Sakaiju, I actually have a video that explains how to use it. Yeah, Numsoic, I'm not gonna lie. If you did throw together like a quick 10 to 15 minute video that's like, all right, here's how you open a FL Studio blank project file and get it into condition where you can start composing a MIDI track for Doom or any other game, people would watch that 100%. So here's the one. So Kane of the Top Hat, a speed MIDI video would honestly be appreciated for the sole purpose of seeing your creative process honestly. The one thing that's really preventing me from doing that, and it's 100% a personal hang up, but I think it's valid, is that I compose by ear intuitively. So I understand scales and modes and chord structures and chord theory to a degree, and how they permute with different genres of music. I intuitively understand that, and from some actual formal music training when I took guitar lessons. But like, I've never sat down and like memorized, what is the third note in the A minor scale. I could figure it out because I know what it means by saying the third note in the A minor scale. But when I compose a passage on the piano roll, I'm like dragging the note around, finding the pitch that I want. A lot of times I'll know what the note sounds like next in my head, and then I'll just sit there going back and forth on the piano roll looking for that note until I find it. And it just sounds like shit. It sounds like a lot of shit. Or like another example is I have a lot of trouble hearing bass notes when they get too low. And so sometimes I'll actually like have the wrong bass note in a passage for a while until I realize it and I fix it. And I'm a little conscious of like putting that out in front of people when they realize like I can't hear what I'm doing and I don't know what I'm doing. That's so weird. Why does that change the texture when I move it? What? Why is that happening? Clippy Clippington. I finally did it. Did you release your special project? Did you have a full release? Make a MIDI in your own time, then in the tutorial recreate it from scratch. You know, I actually did think about that. I did think about that, and that's something I may do. Okay, but this is weird, right? Like, why is moving the sector getting rid of the upper and lower textures? I don't think I've ever seen this do that before. Is there something wrong with my map? Oh, I need to change this. Wait, do I need to change this? Oh, this is my latest version of DSDA. That's right. Gotta go. All right, see you later, Critter. Thanks for stopping by. Map analysis tool time. Oh, I never use this thing. What would I use? Which one would I look for? I always just check for stuck things after I implement difficulties. It's usually... I usually don't use it because it's like highlighting stuff I don't give a shit about. Yeah, I did look at this a minute ago. Merge or replace with drag geometry. I guess merge vertices only just to see if that does anything. Huh, that's weird. That definitely kept it from messing up, but I don't know why. Huh. I feel confident enough to say that I've made a bunch of maps and I've never seen that happen before. That's very weird. Huh. Well, I don't really know what else to say. That was very strange. Take care, Zelgados. Thanks for chilling for a little while. You don't think you've ever used the third editing mode? What is that? This one? When you replace dragged geometry? The fact this MIDI was composed for the most piss-easy icon of sin in all mankind is a fucking travesty. Which map set is this from? Revolution. Is that the one where like the demons are like revolting against the humans or something like that? Isn't that what demons are always doing? I mean, so, and I think if it's the maps that I'm thinking of, the plot is literally that, like, humans have subjugated the demons, and you eventually, like, help the demons get their freedom from the humans. It's the one with the red skull chaos god. Takes place after the first icon of sin is dead and humans enslave the dormant demons. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I think my only familiarity with that WOD is Sandwich played it back when he used to stream, and he played it with like a gameplay mod or something like that, if I remember correctly. This sounds like it's trying to be like a homage to the TNT. What is it? The song that plays in between maps? That's what I'm thinking of. I can't remember the... I don't know. I try not to play TNT if I can help it. It's a real struggle. Oh yeah, here's how basic this map is. I'm like designing probably the final area of the map, and I'm on sector tag 3. I don't know what's going on, but I gotta run to the restroom again, so put up the pause music, or put up this the pause option. Whatever. What am I talking about? I'm putting this thing up. I'm gonna keep the music playing. Okay, I'm back again. I just realized I kept the volume down from when it was like blasting in that one MIDI and never turned it back up. Day into life. I assume that you're already gone, but if you're not, then see you later. All right, so I am kind of thinking like I want to make sure the map culminates in some kind of like an exciting finale, even if it's not going to be like huge. So what are we going to do? I think I'm going to have... I think what I want to do is like a some former human spam with the chain gun, which is Hey, what are my mapping crutches? I'll tell you, I don't know if it's a crutch. I don't think I would consider it a crutch, but I will tell you something that I like is putting the player up against a horde of former humans and making the horde itself actually fairly dangerous because of chip damage if you ignore it. I actually really enjoy doing that a lot, because it forces you to intentionally prioritize an enemy that you would normally be comfortable with leaving alone. So I think what I'm going to do here is implement something to that effect where this door is going to open, just a whole bunch of former humans are going to come through it, and maybe some will pop out from behind, and it'll be sort of like, oh, I got to kill all these guys before I get, completely punctured. I love fodder spam. Yeah, it gets a little egregious if you do it with like, shotgunners or chain gunners. Actually, before I copy and paste this, let's add a little lighting detail. Corp featuring L-Pad. This sounds like a very more classic type of MIDI, doesn't it? Doesn't this sound like something you'd hear around like an Alien Vendetta or like Eternal Doom type of era of Doom? I might have a little bit of trouble making viable historical references just because I was not playing Doom at that time. I don't know. Sounds like something they would play in a Metroid type game where in entering the big castle, when you finally unlock Ganon's castle. Sounds like something from a different DOS game that would get used in Doom maps. Yeah, that's true. How many maps are you doing for this project? This will basically follow the Doom 2 episode structure. So it will, what is the transition map at the end of episode 2 in Doom 2? Is it Nirvana? It's map 20 is the final. I think it's map 20 is the final map in episode 2, technically. Basically, whenever the sky change happens in Doom 2 is where I'm drawing the demarcation for the episode. So this will put me up to like map 20. So that would make this, 9 maps? Or I guess 11 if I include the secret maps, which I will probably do. Yeah, map 20 gotcha is where the episode ends. So that'd be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yep, so that's 9, plus the 2 secret maps is 11, right? So I did the math correct in my head. I was actually thinking about maybe invoking some guest maps for the secret maps, possibly, but I don't know. The thing about Forlorn and this project is it's meant to be a little bit more of a low-stakes mapping project. It's the one that saves me from mapping burnout in between big projects. And so intentionally, I don't want to get super duper caught up on things that I may or may not want to change at some point. When I get closer to whatever it is, and I decide I want to change it, then I will, you know what I mean? Here's another one of my crutches. I love the short floor lamp. Oh, wait, this should also be 3, not 4. Yeah, I mean, they're probably not. I guess at some point it's like, yeah, where do you draw the line between it being a crutch and a preference? I think for me the distinction is like, when is it used because I like the way that, like, when is it used because it actually is the best thing I could do in a situation, versus when am I using it because it's just the path of least resistance and I don't feel like thinking of something else. So, I guess my opinion is that it could technically be both. What would probably be wisest is for this door to close behind you, right? So that, so I think what I'm going to have, I think I'm just going to make this really simple. This will close the door right here. This will open reminds me of the Crusher room from Demos Labs. I know what you're talking about because I intentionally made a reference to it in my map for D30, but I can't remember exactly what it looks like. Yeah, the this texture and the lights are two very prominent Demos Labs textures. The Doom 1 Crusher. Get him, Crushinator! This will let the door open again so that we can, you know, we can backtrack if we need to. Crusher, I barely know her. I'm trying to decide if I want to redesign this to, so I want to use this as like a monster perch, but I don't want the monsters to be here until we trigger this trap. So I'll probably put a, you know, Revenant or two just to keep it interesting. But I don't want to use any monster closets because I mean, not monster closets, but like teleport closets. Because I'm too lazy. But I can't make this like a wall that opens because I put this light here, so. It should be easy to fix though. Instant floor raiser. Yeah, so that's okay in some situations, but I do think it's kind of like, I don't love pop-up monsters all the time. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. I'd have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure for the most part, most of my combat setups from Forlorn 1 do not use pop-up monsters. What am I doing? I know I'm like drawing a shape on purpose, and I'm like having... Here we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yep. This is what I wanted. Just want to say you must do videos like the Obsidian one. It's peak. I appreciate that. I've really I appreciate that. I feel like I've heard some people say that it's a bit overwrought, which I think is true, and I don't dispute that, but I also think that it was meant to be a bit overwrought on purpose. But I've held off on really doing anything else just because I don't want to do something just for the sake of like following up on that video if I don't have a good idea. But I also just haven't had a great idea for a WOD that I'd want to cover after that one. If anything, it'd probably be something like Blues Brothers. I've had an idea for maybe making a video on Blues Brothers 2025, but it hasn't really amounted to anything too serious yet. Also, you know, I like making video content, but I like making maps and minis a whole lot more. But hopefully someday I'll come back to it, because I do want to follow that up with something else. I mean, I do like making videos. I just don't like it as much as I like making other stuff for Doom. And it was weird, like the gestation period for that video was like kind of strange in the sense that like I think I had a whole lot of ideas about what I'd want to say for Obsidian sort of floating around, you know, kind of coming and going from my periphery over an extended period of time, you know, probably a year or more. And it was only like it wasn't quite a spur of the moment, but the closest thing you could say would probably be that, where I really started working on the video. And then once I had the momentum, I actually made the video fairly quickly. I wrote the whole script and did all the editing and the stock video the shooting of the footage, I'd say in less than a week. But the actual like mental gestation took a much, much longer period of time. Don't burn yourself out like the old Dean did. Yeah. I think he seems like sometimes it seems like he may have gotten like just really into his own head about expectations, or I don't really know. He seemed very, conscious of the fact that he made a promise to end the show on Sunlust and stuff like that, and maybe he felt like I said I was going to do it, so I have to do it kind of thing. I don't know. What about content like this? Just a stream of you mapping is better than half the other Doom stuff on YouTube. I mean, you don't want to watch another Midnight video about like there's a rumor about this, or this is the most illegal Doom ever. Who's the guy who reports on like Doom the Dark Ages rumors? I'm thinking of somebody else maybe. That's why people are so attached to Dean of Doom, is because there isn't really anything nearly as good as Dean of Doom from an analytical perspective of just like Doom content. And everybody who starts doesn't last very long, it seems like. Like we have a few people who have come up you know, in the interim from when Dean of Doom started to now. And I don't feel like any of them like maintained any sort of consistency. Which is a shame because each of the, I won't even call them copycats. It's not a copy to review game content. It's just that nobody really did it. I don't know if people did it before Dean of Doom, but it seems like the most recent prominent example. There's nobody else is really doing it. But I hope he continues to explore Doom content in a different way once Dean of Doom is over. I guess I hold some personal concern that, like, you know, once Dean of Doom is over, he just kind of quietly disappears. And I hope that's not the case. Because I think he's brought a lot of value to the Doom community, but I think he also just has very interesting opinions. And it's also just very cool to hear people talk about Doom in a somewhat lofty capacity. And it would be a shame to lose that. So I hope that there's, you know, some other mechanism that he can continue to explore Doom without structuring it like Dean of Doom specifically. The most illegal Doom mapping stream ever. You are not allowed to use these techniques. As a native Spanish speaker, Midnight throwing Spanish phrases in the middle of his videos really makes me cringe. Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar with that because I actually do not watch anything by Midnight. I'm like just sort of like naturally repulsed by clickbait titles, although I can't say that some of the content creators that I do like, you know, you use them ironically or otherwise. But I've never looked at a thumbnail for a Midnight video and been like, oh, I have to see what this is. It's always been like, okay, what kind of bullshit is this going to be? He did kind of blank out his Doomworld profile, so that's not entirely optimistic. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about, unless he just wanted to kind of separate himself from things for a while. I mean, you know, he kind of just put his head in the sand and worked on Season 4 without a whole lot of, you know, really a lot of engagement in general. But who knows? I guess at some point I also feel like I don't want to overly fixate or speculate on this private person, their mental state or their life. Because at the end of the day, it is just a guy who had opinions on Doom, wanted to make videos, and then just so happened to get very popular. And I do think to some degree it's like, don't constantly just think about me and my opinion on Doom. Feel free to have your own discussions that don't involve me. Yeah, I mean, the thing about clickbait is it's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. I think it's just the perfect summation of clickbait. And if it wasn't effective, then it wouldn't be used. But almost any content creator that ends up having a meta discussion about clickbait always boils down to, you know, like I could try to do it, quote unquote, the ethical way, but people wouldn't watch my videos. The algorithm wouldn't favor my videos. And I'm not, you know, I'm not over here getting upset about people who want YouTube to be their hustle. If they need their videos to be viewed so they can make money, you know, as long as they're not exploiting somebody in that process, I think that's a perfectly valid thing to want. And so, yeah, it's like, well, I don't get attention on my videos if I don't do clickbait. It's like, well, that's not really your fault. That says more about the human condition than anything else, I guess, right? I hope other people make similar analytical videos. Yeah, you know, I do too. I really hope that. So what was the? Well, let me pull up my subscriptions real fast and see. There was a couple people that were like almost getting started and then they sort of stopped. I know Nirvana made a really good video about one of RD's maps like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like under the pretense of like I'm gonna make little bite-sized like analysis videos, and it was really promising. It was a cool video. It had a lot of good stuff in it, and it was like only 5 minutes long, and then he never made another one. This is my cable. Hello. There we go. Okay. General Roast Rock he was going to start doing like a video series, World of WODs or whatever, and then he made a video where he basically shit on the Magenta Spire for like 10 minutes, and then he never made another video, which is a shame because it was an interesting video, even if I felt bad for the lamp. Dead Set Doomy has made a few interesting WOD review videos where he's actually put some attention into like the production and had some like scripted segments. But I think his last video was like almost a year ago. It's like, oh man, you were just getting started. I hope you didn't run out of steam already. The biggest WTF for me recently was Matt Eldridge quitting Doomworld and then deleting his itch.io page, removing all his WODs from the community. People may work together to make an archive of them, but it was a strange way to leave. He talked a bit about it before leaving, but he said something about the Doom or Doomworld community being kind of toxic. Yeah. Leaving Doomworld makes sense. A lot of people having issues how the place is moderated, but nuking your entire WOD. Yeah, you know, I have opinions on all this stuff as well. I think a lot of the reaction to moderation can be fairly like knee-jerk. I think for the most part, the moderation boils down to is like, as long as you're not overtly an asshole, it's pretty easy to keep your head down, even if you like to chip in and be a little obnoxious troll every now and again like I do. Like, I've never gotten a warning on my account, and there's a few things that I've done, you know, where it was probably like the more mature thing to have done would have been to not participate, but I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a petty bitch, and I like stupid drama. I like trash every now and again. I have just as much I hold just as much appeal for, you know, popcorn as I do a T-bone steak when it comes to, you know, just engorging myself, and the same comes for drama. But, you know, I don't think I've ever done anything where I've just, like, outright called somebody a name to their face, maybe once or twice. And as long as you're just not consistently a dickhole, like, the moderation doesn't really pay a lot of attention to you on the Doomworld forum. But, you know, I do feel like that there's probably room to discuss just the engagement of the moderation team and things like that in general. It definitely feels like Doomworld is a bit rudderless. I don't really think there's anybody in charge anymore. There's just a bunch of people kind of keeping the wheels on. And it can certainly feel like some of the stuff that goes on is maybe reactionary or based more on like I'm not really trying to get into a conversation about like identity politics and stuff like that. I'm just not really interested in it. But I will say that I don't think that there's invalid criticisms of Doomworld moderation, but I also think that a lot of it comes down to how people behave in social situations. Oh, there's something weird going on here. Just realized this turned this into... Why did that happen? Okay, something's weird with this sector. That's what's going on. This sector's got something strange going on. Oh. I don't think Matt's problem was with moderation. Yeah, I don't know really what he got upset about. I'm not sure. But you know what? If the community wasn't working for him, then... I guess more power to him for getting away from a situation that he didn't feel comfortable participating in. I don't have an issue with the mods. It's a known thing that some people have issues, so leaving Doomworld isn't the shock nuking his WOD archive is. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I'm probably privy to like a couple of things that may or may not have happened that I just don't really think there's a whole lot of value into unpacking on a YouTube stream. I won't say that I like don't participate in gossip and stuff like that, but I don't think I want my YouTube channel or stream to be a place where that type of thing occurs too much. But I guess I'll say that it seems like there's some people that I don't know if there's anything that I can really say without like getting too much into stuff. So you know what? I'm just gonna move on. I think I'm just gonna move on. I've said my piece about it. I think you all probably get it. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, it looks interesting. Okay. I don't really know what I'm doing for this final fight. I'm like literally just absently placing a bunch of stuff around. Thinking about what would be interesting for fighting a bunch of fodder spam. I do think I want to have a secret rocket launcher somewhere so that this would be kind of satisfying to blow all these guys up. Also, this is only 12. I could probably put a few more. And then I need to figure out like what actually happens when you go out of this door. Like in terms of what the map actually is. It's called a chill mapping stream, not a competitive no floundering mapping stream. Listen, I take myself too seriously even when I'm not taking myself seriously. It's just the way she goes. I think what I should probably do is like actually play this map a little bit. Plus, I haven't done that for the stream yet. I've been mapping for 2 hours and I've not loaded the map except for right at the very beginning when I was just screwing around. I wanted this area to feel like a little bit liminal. So I have these 4 cacos that come out right now. I might change it. I'll either reduce the number of cacos or I'll vary the composition up a bit because I do think it's a bit grindy to try to kill 4 cacodemons under fairly low threat with the pump shotgun or chain gun. Just part of the iterative process. This is like not half as interesting as I was hoping it was going to be. These revenants are totally useless. So they could be like lost souls or something. Have a few lost souls fly out instead of the revenants would probably make a little more sense. And then the former humans basically just camped out here at the door and did nothing. So there's a little bit of thinking to do about how this could be a little more interesting. Otherwise, I don't really feel like this is too bad as like just a kind of reset map. It's not that difficult, and I'm not that upset about it. Oh, this didn't get set up to do anything. Of course, I forgot to do that. So, yeah, that's literally the whole map so far. What settings do you have on for your line defs to be measuring themselves to adjacent ones when you place them? Oh, you mean like this thing? Hold on a second. Let's see. Turn my music back on. It is this guideline setting, which I really like a lot. Once I turned it on, I basically never turned it back off. Two lost souls, 2 Cacos perhaps. Yeah, that's not a bad idea for the 4 Cacos fight. Because really it's just to keep you from like camping up on that platform and then to be able to pursue you a little bit if you you know, try to run away. But once the initial threat's gone, they're not that interesting. Predicting enemy behavior isn't the easiest when you're making a map. Yeah. I mean, once you do it, you start to get a little bit more intuitive. I mean, you know, for example, one thing you know fairly intuitively is that monsters are always going to walk straight towards the player for the most part. And so, you know, if I had designed this outside area like this, there's a very good chance these guys would all pool up in here and get stuck. But, you know, knowing that, maybe I put a teleport line right here and it puts them here, you know what I mean? And so now I kind of use that to my advantage where I know guys are going to bunch up here, but then they're going to teleport in here and then they'll start being able to pursue the player. So there's some control you can have over it for sure. But I think just in terms of, like I shouldn't really be that surprised that like putting 16 enemies or whatever behind a single door and them not filing in shouldn't be that much of a surprise. The pain and agony of making architecture on an angled grid that monsters can traverse, yeah. That's before we even start talking about the block map. The block map. So one thing where I could potentially run into a restriction here is, again, I wanted to keep the monster count below 100, probably for the first few maps of this. And even beyond that, not going really too close to even 200. But what would probably make this the most exciting is if I just had like 50 former humans out here and, you know, like maybe I had, instead of this singular door, maybe I had 3 rows of doors or 3 columns of doors that they could all flood into, and then there's a little bit more going on, but I don't know. What probably should happen, so these guys probably should be something else. Like these guys could be demons, and I don't think I need 6 each. I think I can do something like 4 and 4. As I was saying earlier, one of the value of former humans is when you're making a choice about fighting them versus other things. And I think pinkies are a good, like, make a choice monster because you can stay away from them, you know, if you're not really under any threat. Like, if you don't want a pinky to kill you, it can't kill you if you have the space to get away from it. Versus a human, you know, a former human, you can't run away. Like, if you're locked in a room with a former human and you don't kill it, it will eventually kill you. There's no way you can run away from it. So having, you know, The ability to choose between the two, I think, is a better way of using them than just making them all unilaterally the same thing. There used to be this guy who made he used to play test maps on Doom World and make videos, and he made like 5,000 videos over the course of like 2 or 3 years doing it. His name was Hack3180, and one thing that he said consistently that always stuck with me is Doom is at its best when Doom Guy is making decisions. So giving the player opportunities to like choose between things is always going to be more interesting than if they don't have a choice to make. And I think that's probably some of the best wisdom you can distill down for this game. And it's not unique to Doom, but I definitely think it's a good fundamental to internalize. A Revenant sort of guy for this endeavor. Stun lockable by chain gun, but requires space from killing hit scan. Now, if we're talking about crutches, let's talk about Revenants as a crutch monster. Or Archviles. Again, that's not one of those things where it's like just immediately a crutch to be using it. But how often have you felt like, oh, I could just make this where an Archvile comes out, or I could just make this where a bunch of Revenants come out, and that like solves the complication that you're trying to figure out. I mean, they are probably two of the best, most interesting monsters in the monster roster. So for a very good reason, they would be crutches. But I think they're crutches. I think they can be very easily used as crutches when you don't have a better idea about something. So there's a good example for you. How dare they store humans this way? Oh. There we go. It's probably going to be a little more interesting than how I had done it. Now... You know what? Let's just go ahead and bite the bullet on this. Let's make an Archvile be sort of the boss of this map. So I do think that'll be a little more interesting. Let's go ahead and make an Archvile the boss. Oh. Okay. Bubba 2181. Hey yo, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Mucus Flow, like one of the best midis ever written for Doom. Do you know of the Unbound by default hotkey that allows you to start on where your cursor is? You mean Control F9? I do, but I don't always use that because it does this weird thing where depending on how your save mode is, I'm pretty sure it achieves that effect by essentially placing a temporary voodoo doll in the map. And so it actually can overwrite your starting space. You have to be a little careful with it. I'm on vacation right now. Nice. Where are you at? Are you like out of town? Are you on a staycation? Are you with your family? Where do I want the vial to pop up? The thing is, okay, so here's the thing. I have the vial. He's going to teleport into the room. But if I put him right here, he's going to get shot by the former humans, immediately start infighting. I guess ideally he's the most threatening when he has other monsters to resurrect. I don't want him to just be behind the group of former humans. That's kind of boring. I'm in another state for the weekend road trip. Awesome. It's been a while since I've been on a proper road trip. Too much real life getting in the way. Behind the demons at the very back so he has a meat shield. Yeah, I mean, the most logical thing, at least on the surface, is don't have him teleport into the room at all. But I kind of want to, like, put him right in your face so that you have to kind of run into this room and engage with it a little bit more. So I think I am going to have him teleport to, like... Okay, so the reason by the way, the reason I divided this in half is because this sector was behaving strangely, and I'm not totally sure, but I was hoping that by dividing it in half, it would, like, sort of re-index the sector or something. I don't know. But something weird was going on. So I divided it in half. Wait, it should be 5. Because, I mean, I guess on one hand, he will infight if he gets shot, but on the other hand, it's former humans, so he'll kill it, like, instantly, and he'll only have lost, like, 20 health. Yeah, I saw the Z fighting. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. When I drew around this sector initially, it turned these into impassable walls, and so there was something weird going on with the way the sector was indexed, I guess. And these lost souls will be good because, you know, so the file should pop out here. This room doesn't have a lot of cover, so ideally you want to, like, run in here. These guys will be here to kind of slow you down. The lost souls should be here. So I think there should be a good... should be some good pressure this way, and it should keep the vial from getting too mired in infighting, I think. So I want to have a secret rocket launcher. I also feel like this map needs a secret berserk. Gotta go. Have a good one. See you later, Numsoa. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you as always. I feel reasonably satisfied with the way this works. You know, might put something in these closets possibly. But really what I want to figure out is like what this outside area is. I'm leaning towards it's got to be like a city block, even though I don't want to just... I'm not really sure what I want to do. I think I'm conflicted about what I want to do. So I want this to be an urban environment. I don't want to just have like a bog standard, very blocky Doom city. But I don't know how I can have my cake and eat it too, where it's like I need to eventually bite the bullet and make something that looks city-like. The emotional turmoil I go through is being mirrored by this song. This decision paralysis I'm having for my Doom map. Could have him spawn after a slight delay. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Have I wanted to make a Mucus Flow remix? No, not particularly. And have I made anything inspired, or would I want to make something inspired by Music Flow? I've probably already felt inspired by Music Flow at a point when I was making something. I don't know that I could point to anything specific, but I definitely put a lot of respect on this MIDI. I also don't, I mean, I think this is a fantastic MIDI, but I also don't necessarily have the personal connection to it that, like, other people do, maybe. You know, Dean of Doom being probably the most prime example of that, but I've never tried to play the Mucus Flow all the way through. I've played it in portions before, but I've just always lost interest. I've never been in the mood to actually try to tackle the map. Just kind of knowing how crazy it is. So it doesn't always resonate with me in the same way that it does for some other people. And that isn't really a value judgment on it. It's not me saying that, like, I don't think it's a good MIDI for that reason. Or that the reason being that I don't think it's a good MIDI. It's just, you know, I just haven't had that moment with it. It's really, really it. Oop. Can be really evil by having the Archvile teleport into the player's face and then out through one-time walkover teleports. But I would have to control to some degree where the player is able to go, I think, right? Like if I wanted to do that properly. I don't mind being a little prickly on this map, but I'm trying not to be overtly cruel because it's the reset map from the end of Forlorn Episode 1. So I do want it to have a bit of an easier difficulty ramp. I want it to start a little bit lower and then ramp up. I find the Nuts 3 MIDI better than the Mucus Flow, honestly. Appeals to my sense of grandeur more than my whimsy. You know what? I feel like I was doing some work and I had Dean of Doom. I keep saying that. Dean of Doom. I was playing it on my computer while I was doing some work, and I was listening to the Solid Off Wads episode where he talks about Nuts 3, and for whatever stupid ass reason, I can't think of what the song sounded like. The other thing too is I don't feel like the scale you need to make like a good city is kind of in some ways at odds with the scale of some things in Doom. I'm not sure if I'm describing that right, but hopefully that makes sense. I don't always love like just perfectly like perfectly proportioned cities. Yo. So I don't know why this is called Goodnight Emma, because this is clearly DuckTales Moon theme, but I do like it. Have to ask Corp about that one. Other things that I don't love doing, but I see them as a bit of a necessity, is like having like a classic blocked off tunnel. It's like, oh, there's more to the map than this, but you can't see it because you're not allowed to go through the tunnel. I don't know. Those weird, like, things like that don't necessarily bother me when I see them, but then I see and I'm like, oh, I can do this map without using those things. Yeah, it's the DuckTales Moon music. But I guess maybe Corp sequenced it for a specific project. I don't know. Oh, whoop. There we go. I tried not doing that stuff with an entry of mine for last year's ramp and also just resorted to closed off tunnels. Yeah. It's like I'm going to be defiant. I'm going to think of a better way. And then I'm like, oh, well, fuck it. That actually probably is the best way. What is this building? What am I doing? I really don't know how to end this map yet. What do I think of Mount Payne's music compositions? Some of them I think are like fantastically genius. Other ones are not quite my vibe. That doesn't mean that I don't think they're good. I just think that like melodically and things like that, they don't always completely vibe with me, but I think he's a very creative composer. Farmer in the City is a very, very good MIDI. And actually, I think I won't say it directly inspired one of the MIDIs that I composed for Forlorn. But after I had made the MIDI for Forlorn, I was like, oh shit, I think I kind of emulated the style of this MIDI to some degree without thinking about it too much. It was a shame that he got, upset about the Nova 4 project and didn't end up using the MIDI in one of his own maps, but then he later said that he felt like it belonged to, what is the guy's name? DF something? I know who the person is, I just can't think of their username properly. The secret map they made for Doom 2 and Roll Only, which is really cool. Sins of the Beef. He's like, yeah, this MIDI belongs to that map. So I am glad it got a sort of, he gave it his blessing for the second life that it got. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he started out, he was working on the map set, and he made the MIDI, Farmer in the City for it, and then he ended up pulling his map out of the project for some reason, so it seemed like there may have been some sort of disagreement about something. Because in the description of the YouTube video for that song, he made a comment about, it's like, this is a MIDI for a map that will never be released or something. And I'm pretty sure that was his Nova 4 map. But then he made the Drake O'Brien WAD, so he got to do something anyways. Which I've been meaning to play that at some point. I have not gotten around to it, because I know that it's quite the commitment, but as much as I talk shit on TNT is almost a joke at this point. I definitely have some curiosity about the Drake O'Brien project. I find it very fascinating because if you look at Drake O'Brien's body of work, it's tiny. It's like, how do people hold this in such high regard when there's like almost nothing to it? And I do not mean that as a value judgment to say that, like, oh, he's not worth anything because he didn't make a whole lot. But it is like, how do people consistently rate Drake O'Brien's influence or like invoke his influence? And then you look back and it's like the dude made like 3 maps and that was it. Some plagiarist got excised from Nova 4. Have I heard of that? Is that something I'm familiar with? I don't know. But there's definitely people who try to sneak. There was the, what was it, No Time to Freeze, the map by the Russian Doom community, and one of their participants basically tried to like copy and paste wholesale like an entire section of another map into it. And somebody was like, hey, why did you put my map in your map? Was it Antares that got ripped off? It's like my house. It's just one single map, but it inspired so many people to make maps with non-Euclidean layouts and horror-inspired themes. It was a bit of a revelation for people who have not read House of Leaves. I think this is the end of the map. I think this area is the end of the map. This is like a little courtyard before getting out onto street level, maybe? Man with gun, what's going on? What am I cooking? I'm beginning. Well, I'm not beginning. I'm hopefully coming to the end of the first map of Forlorn 2. It's not called Forlorn 2. It's going to be the second episode of the Forlorn project, and it's going to be called Wasteland. forlorner. I have no idea why I did that. I did that and I'm like, I don't like the way that looks. That doesn't make any sense. It's not about the lines you keep. It's about the lines you delete. I don't know. That doesn't mean anything. That's completely meaningless. Wasteland, like the game that came before Fallout. Yeah, Fallout was basically like a spiritual sequel to Wasteland. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the same people who worked on Wasteland later worked on Fallout. But it was one of those like IP rights things, like which company owns the property. I think it was Electronic Arts for Wasteland. But was this the MIDI that you had an older version of? Yes. This is the original version of the MIDI. And then I altered parts of it for Sewer Lust. Nothing major. Just a couple things that I ended up changing. Never been big on IP as a concept. I mean, you know, I think property rights is an important thing because, like, most law and, you know, society is sort of predicated on property rights existing. And, you know, that you should be able to have a claim to something that is yours and people aren't just allowed to take it away from you. You know, having a place on the land that somebody can't just come in and say, this is mine now, you have to leave. And, you know, the same is true for creative property, which is where, you know, intellectual property comes from. I think the problem that probably most people have with it as a concept is that just like anything that can be produced and consumed, it's very easy to pervert under the ideals of capitalism and how that sort of feeds into exploitation. But I don't think it's inherently wrong that you should be able to, you know, not necessarily like claim ownership over an idea, but I certainly wouldn't want somebody to just be able to take the compositions I made for Forlorn and go, this is mine now, I'm using it in my thing, and I don't really care if you agree with me or not. I'd be like, well, that's not cool. You didn't put any effort into making this. I did. Clippy released his trailer just now. Yeah, if you all haven't seen, Clippy has now released the long-awaited follow-up to Crate Expectations. It's called Crate Beyond, and it's now available on Doomworld. And you should probably go check it out, because why wouldn't you? Because Clippy's awesome, and Crate Expectations was really good. This is still just like noodling that I don't know what I'm doing with. Other than this is like the ending area. And I think this is like, you know how like a terminal for like an airport or something like that will have, you know, a big open front area with like big windows. So I'm thinking that like this is kind of the windows on the initial interior. If you were to like go beyond this, would be like kind of like a covered parking area or like a pickup and drop off type of area, and there would be a street adjacent to it. That's kind of what I'm thinking that this is going to be. And then the exit switch can be like right here, and then this can be the transition into the next level maybe. Late for me, so I think I shall slam my heavy ass to bed. Well, thank you for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Take care, man. I think modding communities like the Doom modding community are very used to just sharing stuff they made around and propagating it, but there's usually at least attribution to the original creator. Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think just that very concept of like, sort of like free sharing stuff, you know, to me feels very like, an extension of the counterculture from like the 80s, you know, like punk rock type of stuff is, you know, you just think about like garage tapes and things like that, and how, you know, John Carmack wanted, he intentionally made Doom to be a moddable and shareable platform. You know, I probably didn't call it a platform back then, but comparing, you know, Doom to Wolfenstein, and how Wolfenstein basically required, essentially required like hard edits to the game files and executable and stuff like that to implement anything custom. You know, seeing that and realizing like, oh, I need to make sure that the Doom assets are modular in some way, because I want people to be able to create their own content for it and share it. You know, there weren't any restrictions in place for that sort of thing. It feels very like punk rock to me. And, you know, that's sort of persisted, as you rightfully say, you know, into the Doom community's ethos even to this day, where it's like, I don't make things to, you know, I'm not doing this for some kind of glorious enterprise. I'm just doing it because I like doing it, and I'm happy to share it with people as long as they don't try to rip me off and claim that they made it. Because even though I don't suffer too much of a particular loss, like, you know, an asset that I've made that I don't make money on, that somebody is laying claim of ownership to, that they're also not making money on, you know, you can really, you could argue the state that like I'm not really like suffering too much in terms of damages, but ethically it's fucked up for somebody to just take my stuff and say that they made it. And so, you know, I do think to that degree the concept of intellectual property is still valid in the Doom community as well. Yeah, just John Carmack giving out the source code for Doom he gave it because Linguisa convinced him to, right? So I mean, it's because of the Doom World community specifically. I think, if I remember correctly, Linguisa convinced him to do it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, sure, that's a good idea." So the Doom community allowed for the Doom community to continue to exist in a weird roundabout way. Okay. I need to take another bathroom break. I'm going to do that, and then I'll probably map. Let's see, how long have I been going for? 2 hours and 47 minutes? Maybe another like 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes after that, and then it's going to be time to start figuring out like food and stuff like that for dinner. So take a quick break. I'll be back, and then we'll sort of round this thing out. Okay. BRB is done, because we are now B. It all started when John Carmack opened an interdimensional portal to our realm and slithered through it with his infinite expanse of intelligence and ushered in a new era of plenty in the gaming community when he handed us the divine source code that was known as the Doom source code. And not a day before mankind was ready, or if we had received his gift prematurely, we would have squandered it. And all we would have done was make Memento Mori 2 over and over and over again. But instead, we discovered the power of saturating all of our textures with neon hues. And we ushered in a glorious new era of Doom modding. I don't know if the Memento Mori is actually that bad. I know it's probably not the most accessible thing compared to modern contemporary Doom content. But also, Memento Mori is kind of like meant for co-op, isn't it? So it's a little less accessible playing it single player anyways. I'm gonna be completely honest. A lot of the legacy Doom content, I have actually just not even played, and I don't have the hugest desire to really do it. Like, I think I've played most of Hell Revealed. I don't remember if I've beaten every map in Hell Revealed. I know I've not played Hell Revealed 2, and I don't think I probably ever will. I don't really care about it. And I don't think that I need to have played it to understand anything particularly, outside of my reckoning at this point. I mean, maybe I'll never say never. There might come a day where I'm like, ooh, it would be nice to delve into this and see. I have a bad habit of not playing a lot of community stuff. Yeah, I mean, same here, at least as far as the older stuff is concerned. I mean, but even contemporary stuff, the main problem is just that there's so much content for Doom, it's really hard to stay on top of it, even if you play a lot of it. And honestly, I think at this point, I don't think you're meant to. Not that, that's not to say that, there's some calculated effort. But I just mean that, there's so much stuff that you're just not even going to like everything that comes out. So it's not really that big of a deal if you don't play everything, because not everything that's made for Doom is meant for you. But I'll tell you what's meant for me is this fucking Cyrus music, because this dude is one of my favorite composers that I didn't know about until probably a year or two ago. And then it had that effect, that once I realized I knew what Cyrus's music sounded like, I started hearing it way more commonly. And I'm like, oh, nobody has been sleeping on Cyrus except for me. Hell Revealed is something most players malign it because of other WODs beyond it exceeding it in quality. Yeah, but also, I mean, it's also just not the most enjoyable thing. Even beyond that, I mean, like, there's a reason that people make a joke about shotgunning barons and narrow hallways, and that's because Hell Revealed has got grindy ass gameplay like that throughout it, and it is annoying to play it quite a lot. But, you know, it also is very inspiring to a lot of people, including to some people who make some of the best stuff now, like Moomy, one of the goated mappers of our era. I think the first Moomy map that I consciously played, I don't know it's the first one that I played, but it's the first one that I can recall having played, was a contribution he made for, I think it was Puss mapping at warp speed, and it's just like straight up a Doomified demake of the Blood Swamp from Eternal Doom, or Doom Eternal, Ancient Gods Part 1, the Blood Swamp map. He just made a straight up like demake of it in the Doom engine, and it's phenomenal. And he even recreates like the visuals of when you can see the Sanctum or whatever, like off in the distance. It's like that giant like bone realm like coming through a different sky, and the way he used the sky transfers had like a direct inspiration on me making Bitter Dream. And he has very commonly invoked references to and cited inspiration of Hell Revealed. And if you go and you actually like analyze the gameplay in his WODs, it's like, oh yeah, this is actually very like Hell Reveal coded. So I can totally see where he's coming from. But his content is not annoying to play. It can be very brutal and grindy in a way, but not like typically not in a way that like bogs you down. So, you know, Hell Revealed might be kind of crap by modern standards, but it certainly isn't without merits, I guess. And in some ways, I guess, like some of the elements of Hell Reveal combat is like kind of in vogue in, you know, that people don't mind having just like giant, like dense fuck you slaughter maps. I know not everybody likes slaughter, but like if you make a map like that, it's not just like universally hated. And that's something that you would, you know, if you saw that in Hell Revealed, you say, oh yeah, this sucks. Okay. It's about respecting the time players spend grinding. You know, I don't know. I don't always think it's an easy line to balance. Respecting their time is probably one of the most important elements, I think, in general. It's one way that I go back through and I balance my gameplay. If I have a fight, I tend to overtune things while I'm developing it, and then I dial it back as I refine the map. And so when I go back through and, you know, I'm like, okay, there's like 40 pinkies in this encounter, and you realize after playtesting it, you like, there's like at least 15 too many pinkies. I try to think of like, when is the point where the player has essentially proven that they've solved the combat, or they've passed the test, and that's the sufficient point where you've balanced it properly. Or like in another way, it's like when I get to a point where I can't tell the difference between having 7 Hell Knights and 9 Hell Knights in a fight, then it's probably fine to just have 7. And so I guess when it comes to that kind of thing, when like Hell Revealed, and if it's grindy or whatever, it's like, what am I proving? Am by having to just sit there and fight 2 Barons in a row with a pump shotgun, other than I have enough patience to do this. Here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. This is a bit of an unceremonious exit. I don't know if I'm going to keep it this way. I'm definitely struggling with feeling inspired to do what I feel like would be sufficient for this ending. I do think this area looks pretty good already on its own without doing anything else to it. I could try to vary some of these textures up a little bit, but this might be helpful if this is a different looking building maybe. But beyond that, I'm not completely sold that I've hit on the idea that I want to hit on. Okay, yeah, I do like the idea of changing that up. This does not look very urban at the moment. So this whole facade could change. I don't know. This feels tough. I have not struggled this much recently with like trying to think of how I want to end the map and feeling like I'm doing it the way that I should do it. It's been quite a while since I've had that feeling, but this is certainly giving it to me for some reason. But I'm not too worried. I feel pretty good about trusting the process these days. It's like even if I don't know what I'm doing at the moment, I think eventually I will figure it out. But it doesn't make it suck any less. All right, let's take a look at this map. Also giving some thought about what I want to do for secrets. I think I want to have a secret rocket launcher. Maybe that you find outside in the courtyard area. And maybe a secret berserk in here somewhere. These teleporters aren't doing shit. They're supposed to teleport these cacos up here. Wow. What am I doing? I know the music was probably really loud. I had it up the first time just because I wanted to blast it and show it off. But it was too loud. Where did those lost souls go? Do they die? Huh. I wonder if the lost souls got killed by Kako infighting or something. Still not completely tuned, but I do like that the imps successfully come and pursue you from over here. That's good. That's what I wanted. I feel like the health balance is pretty bad, or I was playing pretty bad earlier, but there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of leeway to recover from mistakes. So I need to put quite a bit more health in this place. I'm gonna just IDDQD myself to reset my health. I think the ammo balance is pretty good. The other thing is that this door is a slow open, so the line to have to close the door is right here. I feel like what could probably happen is that somebody could cheese this by opening the door and crossing the close line def while it's still opening, and then I'm pretty sure it will keep it from ever actually closing. So I think I need to fix that. Dude, the Archvile didn't do anything. So maybe he does not need to teleport in because this has turned into chaos on its own. Okay. Come on, dude. There we go. Okay. My gut is telling me this is like slightly overtuned, but not too badly so. Okay, these guys are stuck to each other. And I guess the Archvile doesn't need to teleport in. I do think that worked pretty well to have him just in the back of the pack and come in. So I think I'm going to keep that the way that it is. I think the proportions of this arena I might change just a smidgen. I think I might make these a little more narrow so that there's not just the 64 wide to get by. I don't want it to be quite a huge congestion point. Plus it can make the player more mobile but also more vulnerable to like pincer attacks. Generally though, I mean, I think this map is in a pretty good shape in terms of like a rough draft of it. Like it's mostly where I want it to be, minus the secrets and stuff I want to add and some of the balancing I want to do. Okay, you know what? This is weird having the switch right behind this fountain. I think the switch will probably be temporary, and then when I figure out how to, if I want to keep the beginning of the next map identical to this, or if I want to change it, I might make some adjustments based on that, so. Okay. Well, that was an insightful play test. I think the number of monsters is fine. I think the amount of ammo you get is pretty good. I could probably put a little more in there. So, you know what I'm going to do is just put 2 boxes of shells They won't be just given to the player, but this will ensure that there's enough ammo for cleanup just in case. Because whenever you have an arch file, you definitely run into the risk of not providing the player with enough ammo. Because it's very hard to control. Like when you're balancing ammo, when you have like 15 monsters, like I know exactly how many, like you could mathematically say, I know the average number of super shotgun blasts it should take to kill 15 of these enemies. So I know, let's just say the player misses a third of all their shots. I can, you could scientifically structure how the resources are doled out in a situation like that. But when you add an arch file in, you don't know if the arch file is going to resurrect one monster or 20 monsters, or if the player's going to get stuck in a loop and then they resurrect 50 monsters, 100 monsters. Much harder to balance for ammunition and resource capacity when you have arch files present. So a situation like this one where it's the final fight, I think I'm just going to make sure the player has more ammo than they probably need. Let's see, these are walk repeatable. So I felt like these Lost Souls didn't really do much. These guys could be just something else entirely. Maybe... Hell Knights doesn't feel right. Lost Souls do not survive in a fight against cacodemons. I feel like pinkies would be kind of pointless. If it's the final fight and it's a pistol start only WAD, then having excess ammo at the end is fine, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, I actually, that's a good point, is I did balance, okay. We're not doing that. I don't need to listen to that. I did balance the maps for continuous players by putting, first aid kits or med kits at the end of all the maps. Just because it's like, people want to play continuous, that's fine. I don't do it. I think Doom is more interesting when you don't play continuous, but I'm not going to tell somebody not to if they don't want to. But that actually raises a good point in that I don't have a way to reset the player's progress from the end of episode 1, and I think I might want to do that. Maybe in the intermission map, and have that as like a telefragging icon of sin type of thing, so that the player begins episode 2 with just the pistol. Because this, regardless of if the player is playing continuous or not, I think that this should be a map where you start with nothing, even if you're playing continuous. So it's a good reminder for me to go back through and think about that. Now, in terms of other things that I want to think about, before I finish the stream up, I think a couple of things I can accomplish at the very least are, let's figure out how to get a rocket launcher. I want to have a rocket launcher secret, because I think it would be kind of fun to be able to blow up some of those former humans at the end, or the arch file. And think of some kind of interesting secret progression to get it. The most obvious thing is to make this like a lift, but that's kind of lame. Wouldn't it be more interesting if the player could jump down to it from here? Can you use the map info to define episodes on the main menu? Yes. So if I was going strictly vanilla compatible, then I could not do that. But I'm doing it vanilla limit removing, so CL2. But I will be using UMap info UMAP info for the next phase of this project, and I will be doing episode selectors from the main menu. But you can do two different things. You can do like a Doom 1 style episode where it resets your, like once you get to the final map of that episode, the game ends and you have to quit back to the main menu. Or you can do it like Doom 2 where you just keep going through continuously, but the episode selector just will allow you to start, you know, in the middle of the map set. And I think I'm going to do the latter just so that I can have an intermission map and have the end of episode 1 just go straight into episode 2 and you don't have to quit and start over on episode 2. And if I do that, then I need to make sure that there's a death exit somewhere in that chain so that the player's progression can be reset. Like I want it to be a continuous experience, even if you pistol start every map, if that makes sense. I don't want there to be a point where the intermission screen pops up and the text is like, congratulations, you won, who knows what happens next, and then, you know, then it just stops and it tells you to like continue in episode 2. I want you to be able to hit spacebar and then go into the next map. Yeah, that's how we did it for Sewer Lust minus the death exit. Yeah, exactly. That's how I want to implement it. So, let's see. Oh. I don't like that. Let's try... Why does this circle look so fucking weird? Oh my god, please let me... There we go. Okay, that's weird. That didn't work out. Let's reset and try again. Oops. Literally did it again. Let's see. There we go. Not exactly sure what happened there. That was a little weird. So if I make it 180, that means it's perfectly a half circle, right? I always have trouble getting the symmetry, or not the symmetry, but like the proportions of this kind of thing proper, but I think this is correct. Yeah, there we go. I don't know how other people make shapes, but that's kind of how I make shapes. I think that's one of my favorite parts of mapping is if I'm trying to make like a more complex shape and I want it to be like geometrically proportional or symmetrical or, you know, something to that effect. Sometimes it's a bit of like a puzzle to figure out like how to actually do that. You're like, okay, I can't do this by freehanding it. I need some actual like almost formulaic process for doing it. And I always find that to be probably one of the most interesting things about mapping is when you get yourself into like a little puzzle situation. Is that proper? Yeah, that's... No, it's not. 83... 83, okay. That's a lot of vertices. It's vertexes. Critter with rabies, welcome back. Hopefully that doesn't mean hanging out with your friends got cut short. Sorry guys, I can't hang out. I have to watch Doom, okay? I don't actually know how many stairs I need. But it seems as if I have too many. This is a situation where I may or may not use the gradient tool. I don't know, I've not really used it a ton, but it seems like it would make sense to use it in a situation like this one. But I just accidentally have the perfect number of segments that I need, so that's fine. Has it just been that long and I've lost track of the passage of time? Because that's also possible. Spending two more hours at a time. Yeah, so the thing is, traditionally when I make maps, I am not working on it in a long unbroken segment like this. That's not to say that I never do, but a lot of times I'm doing it piecemeal. I'll work on it a little bit here, I'll work on it a little bit there. But I guess I just so happen to be a little bit more committed when I'm in front of a stream. And it's like, well, I'm not just going to start the stream up for 20 minutes and then that was the whole mapping experience, you know? But I've definitely had moments where I just completely get into the zone and I'm like, oh my god, I've literally been just mapping for 3 hours straight. How'd that happen? Oh, this is weird having made this 80 wide. Why did I do that? I can cheat though. I'll bump that into 64 and I'll just make a weird little awkward thing like this. And it'll be our little secret. Nobody will have to know. The stream has only like 8 likes. Smash that like button. Better smash that shit. Feel like 8 likes is pretty decent for a Doom mapping stream. One of the most niche things you could be doing on YouTube. Considering I'm not, you know, injecting peptides into my face or whatever the kids are doing these days. All right, what's the mechanism going to be to open the secret? That's kind of important. Can we normalize hating revs and making it a trend to map without them? I'm going to have to decline. I will encourage people to explore options that are not revenants. But I would be a massive hypocrite if I tried to advocate for outright abolishing them. Revenants are a good monster because they change the way you're allowed to move in the combat. Now, I think it might be easier to figure out what to do with them and about them if we had other monsters that kind of also had similar behaviors. I think that's one thing I liked about some of the monsters in the Telly project is like the little Telly eggs. They shoot basically homing imp fireballs. So they're not as dangerous as revenants, but they're still like, they keep you moving in a way that's different than most monsters do in Doom. And Doom would certainly benefit from having like at least one maybe lower tier monster that behaved that way, but Revenants changed the pattern up. They're very essential. Plan map for Doom 1 exclusively. I've never been opposed to, like, I've enjoyed the times that I've mapped for Doom 1, but it always just makes me relieved when I come back to Doom 2 and I'm like, Super Shotgun, Archviles, Hell Knights. I do advocate for no specters. Specters are a very effective troll monster. Now this is a good classic Mark Klim MIDI. I'm leaning towards just like one of the little tiny switches to activate opening the secret up, but I don't want to. But at the same time, like, is it really that big of a deal to make the secret hard to, like, I don't need to make it super hard to find, do I? Mark Klim's channel is all AI music nowadays. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. I exchanged with him very briefly when that Doom World thread popped up about how he's doing a bunch of AI stuff now. And I don't know. I'm not sure he really cared or got it. But I also, I mean, I feel very strongly about AI, especially when it comes to making music and stuff, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth ostracizing Mark Klim for. It's just kind of like, all right, man, you do what you're going to do. I don't agree with it, but I'm just going to leave it alone. Yeah, I like when specters, when there's like a good specter or two who pop up and screw up your planned escape path from something. Yeah, somebody mentioned shootable. It's probably... Is there a language for the secrets in this WAD? You know, it's a good point. And I think the answer to that is, at least with respect to Forlorn 1, no. A lot of it boiled down to... So Forlorn Episode 1 was made over like a 2-year period, and so my mapping style evolved quite a bit from the first to the last map. And I want to say a lot of the last maps had more like secret switches types of stuff. But I guess if you're following my thought process behind it, I don't know what my consistent secret language is. I think the one thing that I try to maintain consistency on is letting the player know that there is a secret and making it like somewhat intuitive when you're like, okay, like this, for example, right? The player's going to know, like, there's 3 real things that you could do to get here, but 2 that the player's probably going to think of. One of them is you might teleport to this thing, but I don't think most people are going to assume that by default. Most people are going to assume either you jump to it from up there or you lower this. And so they're going to say, how do I get up there? That could be a teleport, or there could be a secret path to get up there, or there could be a secret way to lower this lift. So they're going to think there's probably a switch somewhere nearby. And so I think that that should be sufficient to make the secret something that you can find, because you'll think of like one of the 2 ways is going to be the possible way to do it. And so if I hit a switch in this area, people will feel reasonable that they, that they can see it, or that they should be searching for it. I think what a good place to hide it would be is behind this tree. Skull Switch is kind of like the classic shootable, right? Like, sometimes it feels proper to shoot the Skull Switch. Clippy Clippington, what's up, man? Agree, I actually love goodie I can see but can't get to versus some random wall that can be opened. Yeah, I used to do that a lot in my earlier maps. I try really hard not to do that now. Or if it is a random wall that can be opened, that the switch to open it is easy to find. This seems perfect. So let's do, I think in Doom 1, it's gunshot repeatable. Did I give this a tag? I did not. So this will be 5, right? Yep. I'm zonked. Your mapping vid and whole thing, you are right here, is so relaxing and soothing. Slather it on my pancakes. If you guys haven't seen, go download Clippy's new project. I know I just mentioned that a couple minutes ago, but I'm mentioning it again. He just released a new one, sequel to Crate Expectations. It's called Crate Beyond. It's going to take you all the way beyond, so you should check it out. It's probably going to take you beyond, and then even beyond that, like beyond the beyond. So, if you want to be my friend, then you'll check out Clippy's WOD. If you want to be disappointing to me, then you will not check out Clippy's WOD. But I won't send you a Christmas card if you choose not to check out Clippy's WOD. And you'll feel really bad about that. Beyondist. People mentioned ramp earlier. I feel like it's gotten so huge that it's hard to enjoy. Basically, choice paralysis because there's so much more than the usual megawad. Yeah. I think that was kind of my my feeling on ramp earlier as well. I mean, my feeling on ramp in general. You know, I said that I just didn't really have much interest in mapping for it this year or just in general. And part of it is, too, just there's so many maps. And I don't know, I mean, I guess it would be easy for me to say that, like, I don't need to stand out, but maybe I do want to participate in a project where I feel like it's more likely that somebody's going to see my map than they will miss it. I do make this stuff for, like, just the sake of creative enjoyment, but I don't know that I would enjoy it the same if I didn't think that, like, it was more or less guaranteed that somebody would play my map in the project. Crate Beyond, yeah, Crate Beyond. Clippy just posted it. There's a trailer on his channel. I haven't seen it yet because I've been mapping. My first few maps I posted on Doomworld didn't get a single reply. I didn't map again for almost a year. Yeah, it's disappointing, and it's hard because you know, there's just so much volume to noise, or noise to what is the right phrase? There's just so much noise on Doomworld. It can be about timing, and it can be difficult to be noticed. And I could certainly see somebody just feeling like, well, there's no point in this if I don't get a single comment on my map, then what's the point in doing it? You know, I don't expect it to get a CAC award the first time through, but I would hope that somebody would tell me if they liked it or not, and then you look and you're like, damn, not a single person said anything. It does kind of make it feel a bit fruitless. What? This is another version of the song. I thought I removed this from the playlist. Okay, I'll keep this as an amusement. This is an old version of this song. I thought I removed it from this playlist, but I guess I didn't. That's funny. I didn't remember this version of that song. That's kind of amusing. I need to get rid of it from the folder that all these songs are in. Skip that one. I don't want to. I want to skip it. I remember that you played my first ramp map and said I should keep mapping or something like that. Oh yeah. Your name is somewhat familiar. I mean, I know what it's like to feel like nobody's playing your map. It sucks. It's not, it just feels disappointing. But yeah, I feel like I vaguely remember, I feel like I vaguely remember your username. And yeah, so I try to encourage people when I come across something. It's like, please keep mapping. You did well. What was your ramp map? What was that one called? Fentanyl Station. Oh yeah, I remember that one. No, I definitely remember that one. Now I'm curious to go back and look at it. Did I play test it, or did I play it in did I play it during my Ramp series? Because I did a series of 10 episodes where I played Ramp 2023. And I know I play tested some of them. Play tested and then on the Ramp series. Okay. I'm scrolling through my my channel history real quick, looking, because I know I put the map names in the thumbnails. That's the thing, is that Ramp will have, there's quite a few where you're just like, oh man, that person made a sick map, and then you just never hear from them again. That must have been one of my final videos. Anyways, probably a little boring to just listen to me talk about something I'm doing on a separate screen. So let's move on. You know, I remember Snaxolotl said something very similar to me. She made a project before Stick Near Obsidian called Anti-Mortem, and before that was like a full map set, she had released, I think, the first map or first two maps as like a single sort of one-off. And she had later told me, she's like, oh yeah, because you commented on and did that, it like helped motivate me. And I realized it's like, oh man, it does definitely help people who want to keep mapping, but maybe you know, aren't sure of themselves, or they're not getting any feedback about the stuff that they're making, to have people like highlight it. And honestly, I do miss making videos on maps sometimes, but I also hit a point where I started to get conscious of being critical about people's maps that like may not have wanted any feedback on them at all, and how it's I don't know, a little bit of a gray area. You know, just making a YouTube video about someone's map. And I'm not saying like you need their consent or anything like that. I'm not going that far extreme, but it is like, you know, somebody, you could like think you're being helpful and like, hey man, I made a video of your map and it's on my YouTube channel. And they're like, well, that's cool, but I'm not going to watch that and I didn't ask for it. I don't know. It's not, you know, the most serious thing in the world, but it is something that gave me pause. And it's one of the reasons that I just kind of stopped. Is it's like, man, I don't know, maybe there are people out there who just like, I don't want this random stranger just showing up and telling me they made a video about my map as if like I give a shit, or that means anything to me, or that I wanted that. Yeah, I mean, I do think that like once you kind of put it out there, you do lose a little bit of the agency of like being able to dictate who uses it and how, like, you know, again, within like reasonable legal bounds, right? Like you should never feel like you're abdicating your right to like, oh, people can't copy my stuff and claim credit for it, right? Like, that's not what I mean. But like, you know, you do lose a little bit of the control over being able to say like, I don't want people to critique this. That is part of putting your art out there. But again, Doom is just a hobby for people, and some people might not want to take it that seriously, and they're like, look, I'm over here just trying to have fun making stupid little maps, and every time I do, some dickhead wants to come along and like fucking critique the thing, and I'm tired of it. I don't want to do it anymore. And if that was that person's opinion, then I would think, oh, that sucks. I hate that I would contribute to somebody getting fed up. And I think I don't think that necessarily would be an invalid response to that kind of thing. But you're right. Most people appreciate getting feedback. Most people's response is, thank you. I didn't think anybody was going to play this. And to that end, I'm glad that I can help. But I did start to get conscious of the fact that like not everybody values the help in the same way. And I don't know. Also, I just kind of got bored of doing it. I felt like I had to structure my Doom playtime around stuff, and I was getting into the habit where I would only pick stuff that I thought would make an interesting YouTube video, and I wouldn't play anything else. Or I would get conscious about like if I was making an interesting video. It just kind of skewed my enjoyment of Doom in a direction I didn't want it to go. For every 20 people, the 19 people you made happy are worth more than the one guy who complains for no reason. Yeah, I definitely agree. And this is definitely one of those things where it's like my practical mind agrees and completely understands and appreciates what you're saying. And then my sort of less rational and more emotional mind can't always reconcile or, you know, agree with the rules, as it were. And we'll think a little bit too much about that. But I did appreciate going through a phase where I was, you know, looking at people's maps and critiquing them and trying to offer them advice on things. I do agree that, like, more than not, people appreciate that. And I guess that ties back to the whole thing with, like, you know, ramp. It's like I think I got recognition for my ramp map in the the CAC Awards right up that year, and that was the first time I was really acknowledged in that kind of way within the community, and it felt really nice. But I think that was like 10 maps that they highlighted out of the 300 some odd that got submitted for the project that year, and it's like there's just so much wheat to chaff. Chaff to wheat, I guess, when it comes to that kind of thing, that it just feels like your map could very easily get lost in the mix. Even David only has time to play, 10 minutes of every map before he's just like, all right, well, hopefully it's not broken. I'm glad people are enjoying these sessions. It's pretty fun to hang out and just talk shop. That's something I always love to do. When I used to run D&D, which I regrettably don't do anymore, and not because it's just because I haven't. Anytime I'd run into another person who ran D&D in the wild, I'd be like, ooh, let's talk about running D&D for a little while. I love talking shop. All right, let's get a secret berserk in here somewhere. I think David reduced the max map time limit because of that too. Yeah, I mean, I think Ramp 2023 and 2024 probably proved the breaking point for like, all right, we got to start instituting some very specific rules because people are getting a little out of pocket with this stuff. It's like, that's one of those things where Ramp is a little bit different than other community projects because it's presented to you as a grab bag and there's like a hub and it's sort of encourages you to experience the variety. So if Ramp has a map that takes 45 minutes next to a map that takes 5 minutes, like that's way less out of pocket than a community project where you have that one person who's like, I'm going to make 1,000 monster 5-hour long map. And you're like, dude, it's map 14. You need to chill a little bit. And there's that kind of like respect or decorum when it comes to making a map that you're contributing to a community project. But even though Ramp has a little bit more wiggle room in that front, like I think that there's a finite limit where it's not reasonable anymore. And it's like, dude, nobody wants to play your fucking 2-hour long map in Ramp. Don't do it. It's just not. And it's not always like a case of the person's hubris, like they thought that they're better than everybody, they deserve this or whatever. It's just, I think, we were talking earlier, I think Kane of Top Hat, it's just like I have a propensity for making longer maps. It's not easy for me to make small maps, and for a lot of people that's also true. And in that case, there's a value in that too, because it's like, all right, if you want to participate in Ramp, you're going to have to figure out how to hone that skill a little bit. You're going to have to make something that's small. Did someone say Nova 4? Was I thinking of Nova 4 when I said that? I'll never say. All right, the Berserk. We want the Berserk to be... How do I want the Berserk to be presented? Only David actually tries to play the entire WoD. Him and Psychic Eyeball. What map was the Cybers on a Pyramid Sandy was playing? I don't remember, but that was like a Mega WoD. That was not Ramp, right? That was just like a community project. I thought it was one of yours. Am I crazy? That was not one of your community projects? Or did you have a map in it or something? Map 19 was off the rails. Okay. I do like vaguely recall what you're talking about, but they were all like outside of the map on like platforms, and there was just like 1,000 of them just constantly firing rockets or whatever. And it's like, bro, come on. Like, this is a community project. Don't be ridiculous. Like, I would legitimately, if I participated in a community project and my map was so bad that it made people quit the project, quit the map set, and there was like a really good map right after mine, I would feel bad about that. That like people didn't get a chance to play the really good map because my map was so bad people quit before. And I would feel conscious about that if I tried to just make like a big me type of map in a community project. I was like, don't make your map the one that everybody regrets playing. Well, thanks, Clippy. Doom 2 an icon only. That sounds like a fucking nightmare to me. That sounds awful. The project lead's got to prevent that stuff. Yeah, I mean, yes. A project lead will make or break a community project, for sure. You need to have somebody with a good head on their shoulders, but also the ability to tell people no. If you're a people pleaser, you're not going to make a good project lead. Because it's a hobby, and people are not going to have restraint. Okay, how do we open this berserk? Yeah, I test my maps both with and without secrets. I try to, I don't like this one. Yeah, I try to test it with and without secrets, because I also want to make sure that the secret doesn't just completely bust the map's balance. That would be kind of disappointing. I'm going to do the old hidden in plain sight trick for this secret. In some way, maybe. We'll see. That's kind of obvious. Let's try again. Yeah, Clippy, I mean, at the end of the day, it would be better to give the player what they need than to make the map an annoying grind because they have to sit there and pump shotgun something into death. But it's also like, okay, if I'm giving out the BFG, A, is the secret going to be too easy to find? And B, like, is it going to just trivialize everything? It's going to be kind of dumb. Six, seven. Wait, you can't have a ceiling raise from a switch? God, I fucking hate... Guys, sometimes I hate CL2. Like, the difference between what like what you can do with switches and walk over once and door. Sometimes it's just like totally arbitrary. All right, I think I can do switch as a floor lowering though. Floor lower to lowest floor. Yeah, there we go. All right. Speed of Doom map 32. No, it's not. It's not Speed of Doom. It's a community project. Doom 2 UDMF. UDMF is really fun to work in. I don't do it anymore, and I don't have any desire to do it. But I do appreciate, like, it's really nice to be able to just like grab a complicated script. And I remember I was going to put some health out. I'm about to test the map real quick, and then I'm going to probably be done with the stream just because it's getting close to when I need to start making food, and I've been locked in my room for like 3.5 hours just working on Doom stuff. But it is pretty fun to be able to just like put a script together and literally do whatever you want. You can spawn a monster out of nothing, or I think I'll put a med kit here to just make it a little more obvious that you can get up here. Can you see that med kit? Yeah, you can see that med kit, so that's good. You can see that freaking med kit. Or stim pack, I mean. Okay, because when I was playing earlier, I kind of got beat up pretty bad. Okay. See you later, Clippy. You're a computer science major, so ACS works really well. Do you get offended when people call it coding, when it's really scripting? Scripting is about the only thing I know how to do. I did some CSS, I did some HTML5, done some ACS, and Deco hacked. Or Deco hack, I guess. I've never tried to really learn a programming language. This is... Oh, these are supposed to open. I think I messed those up by accident. I did. I got confused and I messed these up, didn't I? I flipped the wrong bars. Yeah, I totally did. This isn't even a huge map. It's kind of funny. Mobile dev and web dev. Truly, I have no idea what those are. I assume is it for like mobile applications and stuff? There we go. There we go. All right. Oh man, I don't want to pause the song. It's really awesome. All right, sorry, Corp. Okay. I think it worked out pretty well to replace the Lost Souls with imps. Having some imps come out with those cacodemons worked out pretty well. And then, yep, having a Caco teleport up there will make you jump down for sure. Nice. This feels pretty good so far. Does seem like those guys can get kind of stuck over there, so that's not the most desirable thing. See, I got the hidden switch here. I think that's sufficiently hidden that people who are just being a little, who are rushing are not going to see it. Nice. Wait. Okay, that looked a little weird. Okay. Oh, wow, I got the height on that right the first try. Usually I have to guess and check those. Oh, I didn't have that open, so I need to fix that. Nice. Okay. 2 secrets on a map, like an intro map, is pretty good. I have a mapping theory question I would like to ask you. Mind if I paste a block of text into chat? Yeah, go for it. Oop. Oh yeah, I need to change the this arena a little bit, make it a little less annoying. I think I want to. I will take a look at the question when I am done with this little segment. Oh, we have the rocket launcher. What am I doing? Nice. A valuable but not an overpowered secret. Berserk didn't really help me out too much, but it will help somebody out. Nice. I need to adjust this a little bit too. I don't really love this ending yet, but this map is not called Forlorn, by the way. It's called Municipal Dispatch. But okay, that's more or less good. Okay, so let's take a look at this question. And then this will probably be the last thing I do, then I'm going to sign off. I need to get ready for eating and stuff. Been streaming for 4 hours. That's pretty long. I have a conventional mapping style. If you have time to tell me what you think. Basically, I honestly believe I am playing the censored, so to speak, version of a map if I only play on anything but ultraviolence. So when I map, I make the monsters and the encounters identical on all difficulty levels. No change of any kind, so you get the same experience no matter what level you play. Then for the difficulty levels, I simply change the pickup items. Like running a script that turns stim packs to medkits or blueberries into megas, etc. So the lower levels are much easier, but the encounter itself is identical. So I actually have some relevant thoughts on this from somewhat recent. Recently, I started to replay Bacter Saturn X on my Steam Deck using the Kex port. I've been meaning to replay Back to Saturn X for a while, and I've been meaning to just try to see if I could get a comfortable play style set up on my Steam Deck. You know, normally I just play mouse and keyboard. So for a Steam Deck, having a more, you know, controller-oriented control scheme, like I can play games like Halo and Call of Duty all right on controller, but a game like Doom is not quite the same because it doesn't have bullet magnetism and the auto aim's not the same. And I find it a little bit harder. So I wanted to use gyro controls to help out with some of the more fine-tuned aiming. And I replayed Episode 1, Back to Saturn X Episode 1 on Hurt Me Plenty. And I know that those maps are not all balanced around just item pickups. I think that the monster composition tends to vary quite a bit on difficulty levels. And I didn't feel like I was missing anything essential. Because if you're a smart mapper, what you do is you can understand like what the spirit of the encounter is and what the different elements that make the encounter harder or more approachable end up being. So like, for example, like you have a player locked in an arena, and on Ultraviolence you have a few Archvile turrets that offer some area denial. So maybe there's a safe area that, you know, from the horde on the ground that you want to take refuge in, but you can't hang out there because the Archviles will blast you. And so on Hurt Me Plenty, maybe the decision you make is to remove the Archviles entirely, you know, so that the threat for the area denials, maybe you replace them with Revenants, and so the player can get a little bit more respite in that safe zone than they could on Ultraviolence, but they can't stay there forever because they still have to dodge Revenants rockets, right? So it's like, what's the tolerance for like mistakes? Figuring out how to like determine the tolerance for mistakes. So it's like, going back to balancing with item placement is like on Hurt Me Plenty versus Ultraviolence is like you have twice as much health on Hurt Me Plenty. So if you make a mistake, you're given a little bit more forgiveness to recover from it. But you can also achieve that sort of level of you can achieve that level of precision with monster composition as well. So I think that the assertion that Hurt Me Plenty and lower difficulties are somehow less of an experience than Ultraviolence is false, but it also depends on the mapper. And again, going through and playing through Back to Saturn X on Hurt Me Plenty, I didn't feel like I was getting like a gimped version of anything. I still had many different, encounters throughout the WAD that felt challenging. A lot of it was just down to me not being used to the control scheme, and I'm just much better at mouse and keyboard than I am playing on controller and gyro aim. So I knew that I wouldn't be able to handle the same level of difficulty that I could play on a computer just because I can't fight back as effectively because of the controls. But I didn't feel like I was getting a lesser experience. I felt like I was being challenged sufficiently to the degree that I could handle it. If an encounter had 3 Archviles on Ultraviolence, it still had 1 or 2 on Hurt Me Plenty. If there were Spider Masterminds, they were usually there. So I guess to say is that I personally tend to accomplish it with a mix. I try to look at like what makes the encounter harder or easier. If it's because I don't have a lot of health on Ultraviolence, then I need to give more health on Hurt Me Plenty. And if it's because having 4 Archviles that respawn indefinitely is incredibly complicated, maybe on Hurt Me Plenty we make it so that the Archviles can be killed permanently, that kind of thing. And I think that most people aren't going to know the difference. So wouldn't you say that most map and design on a level yeah, so I personally, because default settings are that you place a thing and it's configured for all 3 difficulty settings, which by default means that you're balancing for up to Ultraviolence, just by default. And so, yes, I personally think it's easier to start with the hardest version and then dial it back when balancing for difficulties than starting with the easiest version and then figuring out how to make it harder for the later difficulties, both due to the way that difficulty works in Doom and just, I think from a philosophy perspective, I just think the path of least resistance is starting with something that's harder and then making it easier than the other way around. So, I appreciate the spirit of the conversation, though. I can talk about this stuff for hours because I am a nerd fixated on Doom and talking shop and theory, and I do like having a good, like, ooh, what's the right way to think about this type of conversation? I can't really speak for how most mappers do it, to be honest. I can only speak for how I do it. But I do think that most mappers start with ultraviolence by default. But, I mean, that's also, like, I play Doom on ultraviolence, so I try to make something that's challenging for myself, that I enjoy playing. I'm, like, the first audience that I'm going to receive. I'm the first audience that's going to experience anything that I create. So first and foremost, if it doesn't please me, I'm not going to make it. And if I didn't play Doom on ultraviolence, I probably would make stuff more oriented towards Hurt Me Plenty and try to make ultraviolence harder. Or I might just make ultraviolence the, you know, my WODs would be easy. So I think that also kind of skews it as well. But I don't think that it's necessarily that people always actively choose, like, ultraviolence is the default difficulty. It's also just that the tools that we use make ultraviolence kind of the default. So, well, I think that about covers it for this stream. I'm getting a little bit fatigued. It's been over 4 hours. I've been talking for a long time. I need to make some food, figure out what my wife's up to. And I've been enjoying hanging out and chatting with everybody. So I think I'm going to try to do at least one more stream on Monday. I have Monday off for Memorial Day in the US. So I do think I will try to stream again on Monday. After that, I don't know. I'm not a main streamer. It's not my main thing. And it does take up a lot of my time and just my availability for other things. But thanks for coming along for the ride and checking this out and seeing the first crack at Forlorn 2. And when I stream again, I will see you again. But I hope everybody has a fantastic evening or morning or whatever part of the day it is for you. And take care until next time.